changing, keep adding, putting a lot of ministers up there. Great fear, brothers and sisters. Through my writing here, that's a covenant breaker of 7 seals. Suleiman, son of man, that's where it comes from, brothers and sisters. And no matter what they say over there, the Farrakhan demon kingdom, that's why Muhammad is not the son of man. The son of man will be black, but woolly hair. They don't believe in the scriptures. But fear is not just engross the devils. Demons too, because they're devils. They could be in great fear too. Extreme fear. They can try to see refuge in us. You know? When I help, hey, man, let's just try to save America. Let's fight these devils, take America. Oh, this message for the whole world. Jesus said, Mrs. Black Man. Oh, what part? It says, Mrs. Black Man in America. Great fear, brothers and sisters. Trying to spare you from that shock, which many of you are going to get a taste of. But they're going to get the full banquet. Appetizers, full meal, have everything, all of it, they get all of it. Fear like never has come upon a nation. It said in the Quran, they be chastised like no other nation ever by these devils. Extreme fear. Okay, brothers and sisters, I got a few really short presentation here. I did one earlier the other day. This will really be short. Yeah, it will be short. What you're witnessing now, demise of Farrakhan, destruction, where the Lord will consume with spirit of his mouth and destroy the branches of coming. He said it, and he's being destroyed. And he's going to be just totally destroyed in a minute. Did you listen to what they said today? Sunday, February 16, 2025? First of all, Ishmael, who's been studying hard on the Farrakhan, he's going to get a message. Oh, what happened to Farrakhan? You're not going to be there for Savior's Day? I told you. They never saying it's true. They tried to deny it. So he'd been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. He barely talk. Oh, no. Well, how come he's not going to be present for what called Savior's Day? I haven't heard from him since I published that. Because it's true. It's true. And right now, I told you they're going to be in a conflict, right? Power struggle. But the power struggle will take place over there. Control Farrakhan, demon. Click. And you see it happen before your eyes. I said last week, they're going to be they keep changing, keep adding, putting a lot of ministers up there. I found who can be the front man. The Farrakhan's belt, can't we? Go to the wheel. Now, everybody. I know Ishmael's not going to be able to do it. Ishmael, he won't survive Farrakhan's departure. Because the only reason he is because of Farrakhan, and everybody know they don't trust him, they don't like him. They know he's an idiot. And if Farrakhan's gone, he's right behind him. With his little ape from Mexico. The drug partner. Where I put that picture. I said it, and that's what I did this week. Check. What I said last week? Got a whole bunch of ministers, they want to try something new. You never did it before? Ever. I announced it last week. And that's what you did. And they're going to give Savior's Day, so-called Savior's Day, right there at that temple they call the mosque. Which have over 6,000 people, they said. That's nothing compared to Farrakhan, supposed to be the man. If they had 6,000, they can't fit in there. But they're going to build these things outside. Well, in February, it's cold in Chicago. Nobody's going to be there. Now ask yourself, you can ask questions. If 6,000 people do show up, you ever been to that place they call Mosque Mariam? You ever been there? Where's 6,000 people going to park at? Where are they going to park? Where are they going to park? 6,000 cars. You end up walking a mile to get there. If you can get a parking space. See what bullshit? Because the only place they got to park it, that's where they're going to put those structures at. So they can't park in there. And you can't put 6,000 cars in there. Now, you're lucky you put 60 cars in there. So you got to park on the street, 60,000 cars, 6,000 cars, if it's just 6. And that many people are going to show up anyway. Can't fit them in there. They're going to put no structures outside there. Well, bullshit. In the death throes. I'm trying to figure out how we're going to keep this thing going. All of a sudden, I think the originator no more is Master Fard Muhammad. Why do they push Master Fard Muhammad so hard right now? Farrakhan going to be around. Farrakhan going to be with him. We're going to get it made directly from Master Fard Muhammad. Who got? I got to, let me show it to you. But Farrakhan said, you can't worship Master Fard Muhammad. He's flesh. And they're saying, as Master Muhammad prays, well, goddamn, if he prays, then what are you praying him for? How you be stupid? If he prays, why not you find the person he's praying to and pray that person yourself? Why go to the middleman? the bullshit. Stop the bullshit zone. It says he'll be destroyed, so he's in the process of being destroyed now. He's being consumed, but he's possibly he ain't gonna die. Oh no, that's too easy. He ain't gonna die. They keep talking about he's messed up. He's gonna be conscious when they drop it on him. He's messed up. They confused, and when the mess was around, when the mess departed, we had some people around him that was like, intelligent, mature. There's some ministers that was like, it's just hard to understand how Wallace got in charge, but see, only William Wallace got in charge because Farrakhan's a punk and a coward. Because that's why they had to get rid of Malcolm, because Malcolm would never went down with Malcolm. Because Wallace, everybody knew what he was going to do. Plus, he was exiled from the nation at the time. He was exiled, prohibited from associating anybody, even his family. But how the hell did he get charged? Because lying punk-ass Farrakhan didn't stand up, because he was supposed to be the man. When Elijah died, he's supposed to take charge when Elijah was absent. He was the man. How come he didn't take charge? Because they punked him. He's a punk. He's a coward. And let Wallace take over. And he was Wallace's wingman. That's how. And so the reason that the people at Farrakhan got around number stupid, ignorant idiots. And so they went around circles trying to what we're going to do. He got all the money. What are we going to do? Because if he departs, his family's gone with the money. Everything's going to shut down. It's not going to get there. But if he departs, right, you think it will shut down when Wallace took over? It's going to be worse this time. Because see, the money, they had to fight for that money because Elijah Muhammad left the money in the hands of the nation, people. But they stole it from the people. Farrakhan stole a piece of it too. They stole it from the nation. The money was in the name of the Nation of Islam. But Farrakhan had all the money in his name. Islam has no assets or anything. It's all in Farrakhan's name. And by extension, his family. And when Farrakhan departed, they're gone. Just like Elijah, you seen Elijah's family? I mean, they resurrected Ishmael out of Mexico because his family fled all over the world. They all disappeared except for Wallace. Ishmael and them, they ran down to Mexico. What the hell are they doing in Mexico? They took everything they could and ran. And you think it was bad that time? It'd be worse this time because they ain't got to go to court or nothing. His family, as soon as they're gone, his family's going to disappear like they were, like vapor on a hot day. They're gone. And there will be no assets. The whole Nation of Islam, Farrakhan's, Moribund, NOI, dead NOI, would be finished. Because they can't maintain it. And they could talk about it. They ain't teaching like how much teaching. And most people up there, they see on signs anywhere, agents. And all those idiots over there, they're total idiots. They can't they can't maintain anything. You think Jeffrey and Daniel can lead the Nation of Islam? Ishmael's total idiot. They whoop his ass in a minute. They run his ass so fast. He be out there messing around crack. That's why they run around scrambling. They're trying to get hold of that money. They can't get hold of it. When Nation of Islam had fall again, it failed. No. It's still in a fallen position right now. Farrakhan didn't resurrect it. He ripped it off. He stole from this nation, robbed the nation. That's why he's cursed with a curse. We're going to be chastised. Who's more chastised than you? That's what's going on here. Okay? That's why I keep all these ministers trying to find somebody. Like we have a saying in AI, throw shit against the wall, maybe some will stick. What's he trying to do? And everybody, maybe somebody get excited. And it hold people, have faith, faith, faith. Why pushing faith? Because hey, just have, if Farrakhan here, just have faith. Now before, he'll speak if allowed, let him speak because he told me silent. But now all of a sudden Ishmael is going to speak. My so-called Savior's Day. Oh, really? And 6,000 people will come and see Ishmael 3. Everybody come. If you're gay, if you got 3 asses, right? If you're a mule, no matter. Just bring your ass up in here. For the whole world. Oh, message of black man. Somebody looks at this message of black man in America. They're desperate. That means it's over. I told you it's over. They're going in a few more days. Because all this, everything is breaking loose. They break loose. I'm going to talk about a couple things, but I'm going to keep it short. But I'm going to point out a couple things. This right here. Or do you think that you will enter a garden while there is not yet before you lack what befell those who have passed away before you? Just affliction fell on them, they were shaken bodily, so that the messenger and those who believed with him said, "Will help Allah come? Now sure help Allah is nigh." Now some of this is out of ignorance. Let me give you a scenario because I don't like it either. Stuff I've been going through lately. I recognize what it is. Okay, put yourself in a position. Here you are, you're going through the winter. Now you're a spring person, you're a summer person, but you're stuck in the winter. Now you got to go through the sea, you can't help it. Winter come, it's a real severe winter, and you want to survive it. So you start listening to the winter people, and you start listening to what they tell you. So they tell you they know about the winter, so you listen, you go in, you learn how to build an igloo, you learn how to build snow and all this stuff, right? And it's hard, but I finally found a way to survive through it. And you don't like it, but you found a way to survive through it. You finally got some control over it so you can survive. Think about it. You got some control over it so you can survive. You ain't got as much control as the winter people because they got this down pat. That's their thing, man. They know how to hunt polar bears and fish and everything. And you're just trying to get some warm clothes and a stove and something. You're shivering all the time. You're just trying, man, I'm glad this winter's over. Right? Then what happens? And then the transition. This is a transition they're talking about here, the transition period. You enter the garden, but this all can fail you. Oh, wait a minute, hold it. The spring is the garden, and you want to get there, but you're in the winter. And you finally found a way to survive in the winter. Now you got a transition period between the winter and the spring. And so all the stuff that you built, is not working anymore. Think about it. It's not working for you. It's not working for the devil. It's destroying them. It's destroying them. Because remember, they're going through the same thing too, but it's destructive for them. Do you ever pay attention to the backstory, brothers and sisters? This is exactly what's happening to the devils too. But they're not entering the garden. They're not entering the spring. But you are. Because you're going through the same thing they're going through, or you're going to survive it. Because everything ain't work for you either. Why? Because you depend on, because everything you got is winter stuff to survive. The igloo starting to, oh man, I bought that house, man. And man, I'm about to lose that house. You see what I'm saying? And when you get down to fine details, this is like flies, like little pests. Say, for instance, you got this little thing going over here, you got a little fly business over here, you got a little side thing over here. All these little things you're doing to survive, those things not going to work anymore. And all of a sudden, this don't work. It don't work. Damn. You can't get along with this person all of a sudden. That's the transition. Because that was the mastermax of this winter. So you got look like little bug, pestilences, like the bugs and flies. Oh man, that ain't working. Because I experience every day, man. Oh man, all of a sudden, got to get an argument over this, and that happened, and this. And I understand it. I don't like it. Right? But all those things in this world, if you got a little hustle going to be, well, that hustle's going to die. It's part of this world. Oh, man, I was depending on the hustle. I was doing a little hustle, man. I was putting money, putting food on the table. But now the hustle don't work. No, because it's a winter hustle. You understand? I got a little side job. On the big picture, the whole economy collapses. And that's on a big scale then, because that's a gigantic shock. That's the same, they're saying the same thing, right? If the whole economy collapses, isn't that all that stuff you're going to be going through? It's on a big scale. I'm just trying to do the pestilence site. The little things happen to me every day. Oh man, I get this happen. I said, damn. All these little problems happening. Otherwise, things don't work anymore. And, oh man. But if I want those things to work, then I want to stay in the winter. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, bro. Because it's really annoying. If you don't understand it, I understand it, it's still annoying. I had to close a couple of accounts and everything because like people went off. I said, hey. I said, oh, well, those are winter accounts. And then all of a sudden, I'm getting all kind of call customer service and everything just go all bad. And I said, what happened here? Winter stuff. I'm talking on the real like pest level. See? You gotta understand these things. That right there is on what you see right there. That's on the big boy level. See? That's the big, right? That's the elephant coming here gonna trample you down. I'm talking little flies and stuff, the bees and mosquitoes biting you and carrying on. And you're gonna get a lot of it. I get a lot of it. Me get surprised all that stuff. Clients had to get rid of all stuff because stuff ain't working anymore. All of a sudden I said, damn, how did that happen? That happened. But I understand it. I remember one time my wife went out of town, she came back, and that's a long story, right? And these people told both our cars, just told them. That's here. That's on this low level. You get ready to get the shock in a minute when Master Farmers make us move. There's the big picture. I'm trying to show you little nitpicking stuff that you'll be going through and you're probably experiencing. But that's this world. That's stuff this world. Oh man, this don't work. The little ice trap ahead, the little ice trap ahead to catch a eel or a pelican or something, right? It didn't work, right? Because it's winter stuff. Nothing seems to work anymore. No, because you're transitioning to the spring. As time goes on, eventually none of this stuff will work. But that's why I'm going to shorten this days by suddenly, all of a sudden, just big damn break. And then what's happening? Then all of a sudden, little things start working over there. Why everything's closed down over here? And things get better and better over there. As things close down here. And you get that aspect of it. That's why tribulation, you gotta go tribulation. See? Because my reason I go to tribulation, because we still try to hold on to this winter stuff. Oh man, I got this house. Oh, that's going. That's winter stuff. I got treasury bills. I got stock. I got money in the bank. I got a side hustle. That's winter stuff. Now it don't work, man. Nobody's buying from me anymore, man. I went out and tried to do a hustle right here, man. And this happened and that happened. I lost some money, man. Things are more expensive. That's winter stuff. That means you're going to transition. If you're original, then you understand that. And that's positive. The effect is positive. Mentally, it's negative because it pisses you off. Oh man, damn! I finally got control of the winter. Help myself, and now it's all gone. I ain't got nothing. No, because before you get into the spring, you ain't gonna have a goddamn thing. Because everything you had was winter stuff. You're going to have nothing. Zero. But you step into the spring where everything will start working for you. The devil's going to have nothing, and that's it. Because they winter people. And spring, and they have nothing. But you're going to have transition. You're going to have all negative stuff happen, all kind of bad luck. You call it bad luck. It's not bad luck. It's not bad luck. It's transition. It might look like bad luck, but things ain't working in spring, summer stuff. And you right now, everything you got is winter stuff. Everything you got, everything you own, the clothes, everything you got is winter stuff. Everything. That means when you get to the spring, all that stuff got to go, all of it. You ain't gonna bring that stuff with you. None of it. So you're gonna start losing on the way. Friends and everything else. Friends, you got winter friends. Talking winter stuff, sealed Bible stuff. They're talking winter, thinking winter. All of a sudden, they ain't friends with you anymore. The demons ain't friends with you anymore because they winter stuff. I don't know if that you getting the point now. I'm gonna close out in a minute. It's a powerful point. It's very annoying too. It's annoying, hell annoying to me, but I understand it. Like I said, an issue today, I had I said manage people, but I understood it. Just because you understand something doesn't mean you like it. You understand Holocaust, but hell, nobody understand. Nobody understand something mean you like it. It just mean you understand it. Okay, let's talk. We talk about the Savior, right? He ain't the Savior. Counterfeit power. I'll move on. I want to show one more thing, but I said I'm gonna close. Like I said, I'll keep it short. But today, the shish over there, that means that all you got to do is look at it carefully. Read the backstory, you see. They won't be around much longer. Okay, I'm not bypass this about the man saying, so he said, great distress and everything else. Why is there so much distress? Okay, let me say this. I'm going to say this and then I'm going to close. You know, it says, the day of their wrath has come. So when you wrath, that means you're very angry. Wrath means you're very angry. Right? You just look at wrath. That's what they should say, but you got the English language, boy. It gets you sometime, wrath. Wrath definition. Extreme anger. And why would Master Muhammad, but just forget about Master Muhammad, right? About Suleiman, why would he be extreme angry? He'd be extreme angry. You know, scientists, let's tell you, scientists, they want these devils destroyed. Now, Suleiman's the judge. He's Ancient of Days. He's the one to judge. He's Ancient of Days. Now, he could be merciful if he want to. Forgive us, okay, we'll give you a chance, you know. They want to make guarantee that he gonna be extremely wrath, extremely angry with these people. No mercy, anything. See, man, he got to be positioned for that. When you read the book of Jonah, you find out what made him so angry. The delay. Is that why they delay everything? Don't tell him what time it's gonna be. So he'll be really angry, he's so mad that when time does come, man, wow, woe to anybody's in his way. I thought about that one. Right? So, I thought about that. I said, they'll make sure he's really angry. Why is he so wrathful? Extremely angry. But that's the church right in Jonah. He became very extremely angry over the whole thing. And why? And that's what said was angry. Because the delay. Why you delaying? And he got more delay, the angry he got. So much. If he got so angry, he wanted to die. That means he was extremely angry. So was that intended? That's what it hold up to make sure he's really angry. So when time comes, they don't get no mercy. Because he's the one going to lead the consequence. I just throw that point out there. Because this in your mind, how these things work, when you get to understand it, bro, says you might, understanding things, man. Sometimes understanding things can. If I didn't understand things, I don't think I would have made this far. Get to understand experience is one thing. I got a lot of experience, but understanding why you're going to experience. Like right now, all these little nitpicking things keep happening. Like little flies buzzing around. Yeah, because that's winter stuff is melting. It ain't working anymore. Then it used to work, it ain't working. That's the transition period. Now you got to go through. If you want to get to this, you're gonna hold on to that stuff. Then you're gonna die. You're gonna die in the winter. When the winter's over, you're gonna die with it. That's another way. I've grabbed into the vortex. I'm gonna close out with this, brothers and sisters. A little simple thing. See right here, I'm giving you an example. See right here, this is the Roman army. That's the way they used to march. In a form they call legions, forms like this, right? So the bottom line is at the front, they're moving towards this, right? This would be the one that would do the fighting. This is the one that come in contact enemy. Then what would happen is after they fight for about 5 minutes, right? And then they move back down to here, and then this move up and fight, and then they will move back, so and keep rotating. So these all be fresh. Be fresh, right? Every 5 minutes refresh, so they be fresh fighters. While these be resting. I seen, well, see, now Hannibal, I told he used math. I'm sure one of his math things he did. Now Hannibal, very smart. He used mathematics against him. He looked at that and says, well, there's 4 times 6. There's 24 of them. Usually about 200 or 300 in Legion, right? But I'm just giving you an example. There's 24 of them here, right? So it's 4 times 6. But only 6 of them are going to be doing fighting anytime. You only got to worry about 6. See? So he lined up his army like this. See, they got 24, but only 6 is fighting anytime. That's the way Legion worked. The ones up front don't even fight. So you got all these back here. Wasn't doing anything until these rotated, and then the next one move up. So he said, okay, I'll do it this way. He got less men than this one got, right? So when he did this, bam. So now he got 6 taking control of these, and the rest of the army moved around the side. Well, these ain't fighting because they forcing that away. And that's how he wiped them out. Simple mathematics. Basically the way he did it. Because these wasn't doing fighting at all. So all he had to do was worry about these and these on the side here. And these really couldn't fight because they was focusing on these up front here. These couldn't do any fighting at all. They were just crushed in the center. Wasn't doing any fighting at all. And these either down. He just had to worry about these. That's how he beat them. Then he started running. And that's simple math. But the Romans couldn't figure it out. He kept beating them and beating them and beating them and beating them until he pretty much destroyed the Roman Empire. He actually, they said Hannibal at the gates. That means came to the point where he actually reached Rome. He was at the gate. He could have took Rome, but he wouldn't go in because generals got mad at him. He said, why? He says, because occupying force is different from a military force. Once you get occupied, then you're going to have trouble because you have all the systems and everything fighting you. And it's more than us. And generals got mad at him. He said he could have took Rome. And he had less men than everything else. But he used mathematics. His mathematics was superior to theirs. And why are they going for years and they couldn't figure it out? That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Your mental levels, you can't rise above your mental capability. And that's the level of math they had. Remember, he was an African out of Carthage. His level of math was greater than theirs. He kept beating them with math. I'm leaving it there, brother, sister. I gotta go. Hope you understand. Farrakhan them deathbed. You understand, brothers and sisters? Fade the world, right? Desperate. Then they want you to pass out. I have dead people. They want you to pass out leaflets and everything to everybody else. Wait a minute. You said 6,000 people are going to show up, right? So it means you must already know they're going to show up. So why do you need to pass leaflets to all the people? If they do show up, where you gonna park it? It's all bullshit. We'll see in a minute. Assalamu alaikum. There. Keep going. Ishmael, this little monkey, while behind him. And what they about this spiritual bone sister, oh, you cannot imagine. David's wrath has come. This is Rahim, isn't it? I'm doing some of a special here because I may not be able to this presentation later on today. Having a little medical issue here. It suggested I've been fasting too much. Well, I've been there before. So, let's see. In case I'm not able to present later on today, this is the official one for Sunday, February 16th, 2025. Can't say it enough, brothers. This is great fear, great fear. Unimaginable fear is about to grip America because they're about to pay for everything. The sealed Bible gave them cover. They thought they was doing. They said a time will come when men will do evil things, thinking they're doing God's work, do evil to you. And the sealed Bible had them thinking they was doing God's will. And to some extent, up to a point, they were. Because we wanted a certain outcome. And you're not going to understand any of this until you start, right, officially focusing on thinking mathematically. You're thinking mathematically now, but on a very low level. Very low level. That mathematics about 200 years ago would not deal with the mathematics today. If you're out there making horse and buggies today, you will not be successful. You'd be successful 200 years ago. Horse and buggies, man, that was the thing. That mathematics was the mathematics there. You go back to 2,000 years ago, spears and catapults. That was the mathematics. And Rome had that mathematics, and it was more powerful than anyone. The mathematics will get you nowhere today. I mean, a child could defeat you. A child could defeat you. You come riding this door telling me, hey, man, I got some arrows, I got some spears, I got a catapult. You just bring out a little gun and blow your head off. They can't get you to understand that clearly, but you won't understand in a minute. Great fear, because they didn't expect consequences. There was no fear of God and consequence before their eyes. They had no idea that all they was doing will come back. They'll pay for every bit of it. They had no idea. It's going to be this total shock. And shock, anyone knows, been in the military, knows shock can kill you faster than a bullet. Shock. Your body goes, that's what shock. Your body freezes up, don't know what to do. Like a deer, he sees a truck coming, he just stand there. Because he can't think fast enough what to do. He's in shock. He freezes. You know he's about to be hit. All you got to do is move. See? But the point is, he's in shock. Suddenly, you got to think to move. And all those things in his mind, he can't think fast enough. In shock. But he says he didn't get hit. But he could have just moved. But moving would not help America. Because consequence has GPS on it. And these people are going to be in terrible shock. Because they have no idea. They'll be starving. And there'll be no McDonald's, no Popeyes. Right? Food, there'll be no food, starvation. They'll be shocked. Plus, all the things they've done to everyone else is coming back on them, becoming a terrible place. They'll be shocked. Okay. We'll talk about a couple of things, brothers and sisters. Then we'll close out. Not going to be long. I can't. I ain't choice today. Now, consider this. You see, the thing is that people don't understand this. It's right there in the Quran. It says, "You you say you believe and not be tried." They don't understand because they don't understand. They got this wrong idea about God and everything. Understand? It's all mathematics. Period. That's where God thinks mathematically. You thinking mostly and everything else. Oh, look at little babies. Now God said He see a monster growing. The baby monster there, nipping in the bud. You say, oh, look at that little cute little roach. You say that? Look at that little cute little baby roach. You say that? Or you step on it. It's a baby. He ain't done anything to you yet. Those are human beings, are they? Christ says. He says they'll raise up on earth a beast that will speak to you. Hey, well, look at this. You think you enter garden, while there's yet before your lack will befell those who have passed away before you. Distress and affliction befell them, right? Remember? What was Abraham coming? We'd be afflicted. Come on, us. Distress and affliction befell them, and they were shaken violently. Our cause violently. But the message of those who believed in him said, when help will I come? Now sure help lies nigh. Elijah Muhammad said that. I know, and he said, oh man, we've been here to something should happen soon. I think this might be the message of black man. I know it's in Muhammad Speaks. You expecting things to happen during this time. At least initially, when I came on board in 1970, it's not going to be easy. Because that's just the mathematics of it. You transform it, you want to transform to something stronger, it takes pressure to do that. That's the way it is. It takes pressure to do it. Anyway, you cook cake, got to put it in the oven. You can't sit out on the desk and say, oh, well, Jesus baked that cake for me. You got to put it in the oven. It's got to be heat, real hot. And most of you don't understand that because they gave you this crazy idea about Jesus in the Bible. That's tripping you up. See, because you think that way, you got to go through tribulation. See, it says Suleiman had a baptism he had to go through. It's the baptism now. And those who was able to activate the angel, they didn't have to go tribulation. It was taken out because they qualified. You got to go tribulation because you didn't qualify. You took it for granted. You didn't do what you need to do. You didn't activate the angel, play with it. Right? You reflected it and echoed it, but you didn't activate it. So now you got to go through tribulation. And some women say, oh, well, you said, I will. If the sisters want to go, I'm aware of it, they'll go. That's not going to save them from that. They're still upgrading to, it might even be hard for them. Because now they're going to be in the hereafter, and everybody else are qualified, and they're not. And now they got to go to special school, get qualified, but should be every bit as intense as the tribulation was. Only thing is, the violence won't be there. Because they may want to protect their children or whatever. But it'll be just as intense. If you go to school to be an engineer, you got some studying to do. You can go and say, well, I'm gonna just go build something, man. You got to go in and learn further equations and algebra and trigonometry and calculus and all kinds of things. Metallurgy. Oh, God. Let me. You ain't talking anymore. Metal. Anyway, how metals work. See? And every level moves to another level of thinking. How did devils defeat the Arabs? With mathematics. You said with guns, yeah, but the guns because it resulted from higher mathematics. They came with calculus. They came with algebra. But as soon as you have prayer beads, and after they scripture, and Allah is just going to take care of it for them. But then what he need them for if he gonna do it? That's that mentality they came with, and they got their ass kicked for 500 years. They're still getting it kicked. And we told that the end will not come until the power is totally broken. It says, until the power of the holy people are totally broken, then did you pay attention to that one? They didn't want to step up. Show me one Arab nation. Show me one Arab nation has any form of technology or anything to produce anything. None. Oh, jinn. Not one of them. But the Shia is doing it. And Iran is very sophisticated. Technical. I told you, they're technical. They could be with Master Muhammad. But or Arabia, they got to bring people in, bring technicians in. They don't have it. They're not the engineers and stuff. They have to bring people. They pay people to do that. So all the rest of them same. All the rest of them same. All the Sunni ones, Iraq, Jordan, you name it. But technology ain't. They're not producing a goddamn thing. They're still hoping Allah's gonna come in and drag everybody back 1,500 years. Nobody wants to go back 1,500 years. I sure don't. Ain't this no outhouse? No night you go out in the dark. Might grab your ass. Ain't interested in that. Candles. But that's what they want to do. They're going to drag back 1,500 years. That Pharaoh can tell you, yeah, we should be with them. Okay. America. As Elijah said, like the light shine bright before it goes out. And right now, they said America shines so bright because Trump is promising linear, golden age, America great again, and all this good stuff. He's gonna deliver a goddamn thing. He's gonna inherit a mountain of shit. That's what America is gonna be in a minute. But he's the one. Al Hitler. He's the one. He can't do it. If you analyze what he's doing, you see that that the world's in trouble because they're trying to regain ground. That means if you're trying to regain ground, that means you lost ground. So America has so much. Why they so powerful? Why are they seeking more power? Are we going to go to war with China? You're going to war with China, for sure. You're not going to win. You're going to be defeated even before you get to that war. But they rally behind them. They're desperate. America's in trouble. That's when you come with counterfeit power. Betting that people tell them, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. They have no power. It's counterfeit, like a bully. The counterfeit power only lasts as long as no one retaliates. It's a dam. And that's dangerous. Dams are always dangerous because they have a propensity to break. They break all that crap you've been damming up, comes hit you all of a sudden. So since everybody's bowing to his threats and everything, he say, oh, see how powerful we are. We say something this, they do it, we tell them to do. Well, that's because they're not fighting back. So you deceive yourself. That's why I said they would be deceiving themselves instead of coming to them suddenly, but they're deceiving themselves because they see everybody's backing off. And some of these nations are doing it purposely because it says they'll be plotting against him and they won't understand it. They won't see it. They won't understand. They see it coming. There's nothing they can do about it. Because see, most of these nations on the planet, right? A lot of them was long before America came along, and remember, who had been in chess? The Iranians, the Persians, they call them the Persians, not Iranians now. So they have old wisdom. Old wisdom. See? That's what judo is all about. You don't attack the person, you let the person attack you, and then use their weight against them. And so they have a way of thinking that's higher level than their way of thinking. And so they can't see it coming. They say, oh no, don't fight them now. Let them come on into your house. Don't fight, don't keep them coming. Let them come in your house. They want to see in the house, close the door, they can't get out. Then you tear their ass up. Oh, I can't get out. Oh, too late now. You thought you was bad because you got into the house. Because we let you in the house. And you thought, hey man, see, I'm in this house, I got control of this house. Then we closed the doors. And now you can't get out. But we know the house inside and out. You don't. Now it's your ass. See, I keep telling you, it's mathematics. And everybody's thinking higher mathematics than these devils. They're the lowest mathematical thinking. It was created during energy deprivation, but everybody's thinking it was lower math than theirs because of energy deprivation. If you have enough energy to think, and someone else do, even though they think on a lower level, they're going to master you. We didn't have enough energy. We weren't even allowed to think for 20 years. But they didn't need that much energy. They think on a lower level, but they think. And we have a better brain. We didn't have enough energy to use it. We have a Lamborghini brain, but didn't have enough energy to make it run. They had a Volkswagen Beetle brain, but we got the same amount of energy. They had enough energy. We get paid salary, right? But he had enough energy to keep his Volkswagen Beetle running. We didn't have enough to keep ours running. So therefore, our brain was operating on a lower level than theirs. Temporarily. But then we got a pay raise. And the energy rising up. And now you got enough energy to drive around that Lamborghini. Everybody say, man, hey, look here. Man, that Lamborghini's cool, man. Look at that damn Volkswagen Beetle, ain't nothing. They get a collision. I understand a Lamborghini is made of solid steel. Well, Volkswagen Beetle is made of plastic, end of it. And they think, because the last 500 years, Adam, hey man, look how wise, they didn't understand. These concepts I'm trying to teach you, brothers and sisters, you don't understand, you got to understand, well, you don't understand them. I can tell you don't understand them. These concepts try to tell you, explain all of what's going on here. But now energy level is rising, and now you begin to think. You think high level them, that means they can understand what the hell you're thinking, what you're doing. A gorilla, you can't understand what the hell you're doing. They think they can't understand what the hell you're doing. They can't understand it. And so you say, okay, no, use the weight against them. Let them go ahead. Let them stretch out their resources. Let them stretch out all over the planet. Okay? So now they're all over the planet, they're exposed. Okay? So now we can attack them, all their outposts all over the world, and they can't defend themselves because they got to defend all this stuff. Where before, all they had to do is defend America. And they got to defend all these places, and they can't. So we can defeat them. We can defeat them here, here, here. The people thinking, the point is that they plan, and our plans, we're the best of plans. Because of the hard costs, we had the best brain power. And so once our people awaken, they think on a level way beyond devils and everybody else. They crush, because their thoughts will crush everyone else's thoughts, and no one will see us coming. They wouldn't understand it. They won't understand it. They can't defeat us. Esau is the closest. He can't do it either. Can't do it either. Because it's all about here. And our thought process is going to be great, and they can't understand, they can't figure out what we're doing. That don't make any sense. Because they're using old tactics. They're using all the, let me just put it this way. The British Empire, the American Empire was staying on a higher level than the British Empire. So they superseded the British Empire. Let me give you an example. The British Empire was using tactics that was superior to everybody else's tactics. They would have a cavalry, they would charge, overwhelm the enemy. And they had a big empire doing that kind of stuff, especially going after weak kingdoms like when there was African stuff like that, right? And then math levels rose up. And Americans, they started moving with a higher level of math. Started making guns and machine guns and stuff. And so when the British would attack with their cavalry, they run into a hail of machine gun bullets, and boom, that's how they lost the empire, because they was using tactics that was out of date. That shit didn't work with machine guns and bombs. It didn't work. It worked when they had what do you call it? With those they muskets and swords. Gosh, rear brigade, right? You got the horses, and you got an army. They don't have any horses. They're on foot. Horses will stomp them down. Man, that worked for what? 100 years, 20 years, and then they moved to a high level of mathematics, and that shit just didn't work anymore. You know? Remind me of World War One, where the Germans, remember they were the smartest of all the devils, right? They rose up and they started using advanced machines. That's why it was the Blitzkrieg. Like they used a high level of math. They was able to defeat everybody. And the tactics then was it's just everybody get online. Same tactic Civil War. Everybody get online, just attack. That shit don't work now. That's why they got defeated in Vietnam. It became this idea of a guerrilla war where they don't do that. The Vietnamese say, I ain't doing that shit. I hide behind a tree. We attack them when they ain't looking. That was dishonorable. Yeah, we won. Hey, why don't you come out and fight like a man? Really? We had goddamn stupid guerrilla tactics. Now America's adopted guerrilla tactics. See? They say, man, get online and just walk. Well, that's stupid. But that worked for 100 years, worked the Civil War. That stuff that fall apart in World War II. Because that's the level of thinking. If you understand Hannibal, if you study Hannibal, Hannibal beat the world mathematics. He beat the Roman Empire. He had a very small army. He would have very low support because he didn't have direct support from his home country, Carthage. He had to come across the Alps with his elephants. He had a small army. And the Roman Empire was invincible at the time, and he was kicking the ass left and right. They could not defeat him. He was just using geometry and whooping the ass with mathematics. They still study him in West Point now. I keep telling you. And so now we got superior mathematics. I'm applying superior math. You don't understand what I'm doing. I'm applying superior mathematics. You don't understand it. I try to give some hints of it. You don't understand it. Because I know where the war is. I know it's about frequency, wavelength, and amplitude. An angel gives you maximum amplitude. Way superior to theirs. And so you see the world moving in the direction of the angel. That's why Allah sends one man with superior mathematics. One man against a whole nation. Remember, Jesus came against the Roman Empire and he broke it. Did you know that? He's the one who broke the Roman Empire. One man. And what Prophet came and he finished it off. One man. Does that be the end? One man, Suleiman. Come and take one of the beasts and destroy him. Oh, we take on the beast. Ooh, what more? The beast just won. The lamb itself just won. With the angel. Okay, we can get to the plays, brothers and sisters. I have some issues when I did this morning, so I shouldn't even talk about it. I had to finish it off, and I had a couple of discrepancies in there. So yeah, you can disregard that if you will. I'm gonna give you a general. I talked about it more detail in other previously, so I'm gonna talk about it now, a different way, and maybe soon I'll go into it more in depth. Because we're here now. The first plague is the cut off all for the Middle East. That's about to happen. Remember, these plagues are supposed to happen during a time we're still here, force them to let us go. And Farrakhan said, them letting us go. I mean, well, it don't make any sense what he's saying. Because it says, he tells us, we got to come out of her religion, come out. Well, and that's what it means. That's what he says. Then how does that make sense if we got to have Pharaoh? Pharaoh has to let us come out of religion, or he has to let us come out of their religion? And he forced us to be in their religion? He forced us to be in their sports and all that kind of stuff? It doesn't make any damn sense, do it? Because his whole thing is about him, his place forcing, that's what they said. What place forcing, let us go. But he's saying come out means we ain't going nowhere. It means come out of religion and everything else. So if that's the case, then we got to get Pharaoh to let us come out of their religion. It doesn't make no goddamn sense to do it. But none they say make any sense. But they operate on a very low level, sealed Bible level. That's dead. They're going to pay the price for it. Second plague. First plague. See, this second plague is the first two winds. First two winds. It's America, right? While they're pregnant with us, right? Because at that time, right, after oil's cut off, they start attacking blacks, all blacks. So Africans unite around Obama and fight back, including fighting us too. Third plague is Armageddon. That's the European war I told you. Armageddon East and Armageddon West. Might not be the fanciest brown system. I mean, Armageddon East, so that's the third one. And that's America's, okay, oil's cut off, economic collapse. They got what we call a civil war, right? They got insurrection going on in America. Everybody's fighting against each other. Chaos. And then now they, in addition to that, that's another plague. Now they've been on attack overseas, Europe. Their former allies turn against them. Europe is going to turn against them. Europe and Russia is going to be against. They're going to be getting their ass torn. 3 plagues right there. At this time, I mean, this happens once war starts. Final stage. Match from Muhammad's angels go against the dragon's angels. They win. Bam. America thrown out of the Middle East, and they just start attacking. So your ramification, what the motivation for that was. But now False Israel was going down with the whole reason False Israel was there. Right? The whole reason why I was there, to deceive us to begin with. Check my sound, bro. Now, and so now Armageddon over there. But Armageddon's taking place here. Armageddon East and Armageddon West. America's in chaos. The revenge of the defeated Jews. But this time, right, that war, False Israel is surrounded, bombers, and defeated. And then you got the majority of the so-called Jews living in America. And then evangelicals are telling them, you got to go and help those. They're surrounded, man. They're about to be destroyed. America's got kicked out and they're not going back. But they know the reason why they got kicked out, but they can't tell American public. They can't tell Master Muhammad. They feed their Air Force. They're blaming on Russia. And they're not saying they're not going back over there. It says when they get kicked out, they weren't coming back. Tells you there. Why are they not coming back? Why are they retaliating? Because they know they cannot. But the Jews don't know that. And the evangelicals, because their whole thing is they still hold that seal Bible stuff. But hey, you got to defend the Jews, man. They can't go down. They see Abraham. And you got to defend them. Jesus come back. And they're going to be, and so, and they're going to have a what do you call it? What do you call it? Judeo, what's the word they use? Christian Judeo, I forget what they use. When they combine the two together, right? Disruption in America. They're going to try to force America to go back over there because all kinds of disruptions. Remember what's left of the industry and what's left industry or whatever. They're going to just be disruptive. But nothing's going to work. I tell you, when bad luck comes, nothing will work. But there's always personification of that. I said, when the math. I said when the subspring comes in, nothing works in the winter anymore. And that math doesn't work. So nothing works that math was built on. Nothing will work that math was built on. And nothing will work his math was built on. But who's the personification of that? That's these Jews and these evangelicals. Because they're going to make sure nothing works. Trying to blackmail America and they go here, right? Whatever's left to work, right? Back in. Social media, whatever, they're going to be disrupted. They're going to cause all kinds of confusion and everything else. Trying to blackmail America to get over here and help save false Israel. Yeah. That's going to be going on. And then attack blacks. But this very, very careful with this one. It's going to attack all blacks. But the ones that are going to get hurt by that is these Christian, these demon blacks. Because when they attack the blacks, Blue Mind's going to be there to defend them, organize them, protect themselves. Now teach them how to protect themselves with the angel and everything. They're going to attack all blacks. But the ones in the NOI, that's what it says, the demons, right? They're attacking them. They're attacking all blacks, but they're being to defend themselves from them and Obama's crew. And then the sixth one, disease. Disease is going to break out. Because Campbell is going to reign. And no clean water, no sanitation. Water's not going to work. Toilet's not going to work. That's what I'm saying. And plus, hospital's not going to work. There'll be any medication. There'll be a problem for pharmacies. Disease is going to break out. Right? The really deadly disease. Then seventh plague. That's the remaining two winds. Right? Remaining two winds. It's that hail. And then that's when resurrection will take place. When that's when the four winds, the final two winds. Those winds come in two pairs, 2 and 2. That's why I said you see the devil step down, put from the earth and the sea, then raise his hands to heaven. And the eighth plague, that is the locust one. Right? That's once the resurrection takes place, but the resurrection takes place right here. We're still here. Still here. We come together and then we kick the locusts out and the locusts go to war. And the locusts are won during tribulation time for 5 months. They tear this country apart. So all this stuff is going on in America at the same time. America's a total chaos. They're still trying to hold on to us. They're trying to get rid of us. They're trying to get rid of some of us. Some of them are trying to help to fight their Armageddon war. But from the military point of view, they're trying to as many you can throw you into, right? From a civilian point of view, they're trying to kill all of you, really, get rid of you. Because you're the source of their misery. The military need bodies to help fight. It's like, the demons, some of them are susceptible to that, and some of you are susceptible to it too. They throw them in the river. That's going on. And there's another one they don't really mention here. That's the one of the firstborn. That was the final one that broke their spirit. That's shown here. From the firstborn. See? And that's one of the reasons why it's not shown, because there's two sides to it. It's the first one and the last one. First and the last. So the first one, they have COVID. Killed the firstborn and the elderly. Passed everybody else. That last one is Britain. They're the firstborn. Magog was born before Gog. And they're destroyed by China and India on their way here. And that's going to finally break the spirit of the devils, finally. Because Britain was the only ally they had left. By turning against them. Britain was the only ally they had left. Only hope they had left. That's for the plagues, brothers and sisters. Maybe I'll elaborate more tomorrow. Where we at? Okay. This is what you've been working for. You went to the Holocaust. Now you go tribulation. Tribulation is when you shouldn't have been felled by Farrakhan. It says, be not deceived. To tell you, don't be deceived by that, because if you're deceived by that, you're going to have to end up going to the Holocaust. Who at the Holocaust? It says, they washed their robes. That means they had it. And remember, what's the robes? The robes are those two prophets. And those two prophets, they got two books of the angel. They had to come to the angel. They washed their robes in the blood of the Lamb. They had to clean up during the tribulation. But the elect, the Lamb didn't have to. Because the Lamb, for 30 years, right, he rose to the occasion. He always qualified. He had to be in his book. He qualified, then he had to qualify you. Those who qualified, leave out with him. Those who wouldn't have to stay behind and go through a baptism. Remember, women had to go to baptism first. You have to go to undergo a baptism. What's the baptism? Angel. He said it'd be a tough baptism. He said you had to be baptized with fire. Elijah baptized you with water. And somehow baptized you with fire as tribulation. Because you failed under Farrakhan. She listed the message of the covenant with him, like you was told, and you had 30 years to prepare. And you didn't. Now you got to go to the Holocaust, to the tribulation. We had a mind of Christ that wants to activate the angel. And again, this right here. He who forsakes the religion of Abraham, and who forsakes the religion of Abraham, makes a fool of himself. And so we made him pure in this world, and hereafter is sure among the righteous. This statement right here just shuts down Sunnism. Their idea about hereafter shuts down Farrakhan's crap. But this is clearly is made him pure in this world, and hereafter is surely among the righteous. He says he wasn't amongst the dead. He said he was in the grave. He's among the righteous. So, and we know Abraham is dead now, ain't he? So how did he get back? How did he be among the righteous? Because he's brought back. That's why he said, Abraham, how you give life dead? He said, does not believe? Do you not believe? He said, yeah. Yeah, but I just you're immortal, brother and sister, to a point. I mean, none of you are going to make it all the way back to the end. One person will do that. That's the original being. He got the full, total genetic sequence, all of it. But he had all that turned on. No one but that individual. In other words, would stand a total Pressure of the universe, contracted universe. But how long does that period last? I don't know. I think anybody knows. Wasn't no sun, wasn't any moon then. It's been billions of years. Gee, I don't know. You know, how would you measure? You couldn't measure it in years. Years based on the sun. There wasn't any sun then. I mean, the Earth was a star, greatest star in the universe. So you couldn't measure time. So if he had a way to measure time, it wouldn't have been in years and months. But the individuals alone, total knowledge of the universe, and total bliss. And then he's set the universe back in motion again, expanding. And when you expand, you pull things out. And so all of a sudden, right? But we his brain cells. Now we took form individually. That's what the Quran says, right? Their backs. I'll give back their backs. I forgot how it says it. Because when you was part of the brain cell, you didn't have a back. But now we have a back. That means we're separated. That's what it says. Let me find that scripture. And now, I know you understand this stuff, bro. I want to get something out and then I'm close. And this is, who am I talking? I am come to send fire on the earth, and what will it be? And what will I, if it be already kindled? I am come to send fire on the earth, and what will I, if it be already kindled? But it's not. He asks the question here. But I have a baptism to be baptized with. That's 30 years, 30 years angel. And now I am straight until it's accomplished. It'll be tough, rough. Straight, that means he's catching hell. So he's finished. His mission wouldn't be easy. Suppose you think I come to bring peace, give peace on earth? No, he ain't come for no peace. He come to kick ass. But nay, better division. From henceforth, there should be 5 in one house, and 3 against 2, or 2 against 3. That means once he finished the baptism, I'm his mission where we are right now. Right? Then it talks about who is who, what's what. That gets back to the angel key. Here, talking about. So like for years, and now you see it. If you've been paying attention lately, all of a sudden now Europe, America and Europe is in conflict. You heard nothing like that. Well, Trump came online. And for years they want to break. So now you see it, all this folk closing up. All it's falling in place. America's going to be at war. Here you see with Russia and China, Russia and Europe. And when America's in this position, when it's going out, but this part is Europe. This part here will be in America. I say, I'm getting east now, I'm getting west. Move on. Okay, let's move on. Plagues. I'm going to get to the main point. I'm going to close out, brothers. Okay. This is what I want to show you here. Now, the thing is, I show you how the mathematical universe works. Once you understand that basic mathematics, then you should be able to apply it to situations. That's the beauty of it. Because everything acts that way. Like I said, waves, 1 over r squared. That's the way communication works. Any wave, that's the structure it has. So then you understand, okay, if I use that, how does that open doors, open my eyes to what's happening in the world? Let me give you a good little example here. See, I got 2 equations here up top. Pi d squared divided by 2. Well, that's if you have a sphere like the Earth, the surface area. So that equation will tell you how much area on the surface of the sphere, like on a basketball, how much area that covers. And the second one, pi d third divided by 6, that tells you the volume, how much air is in the balloon, okay? How much air is in the basketball, so how big is the surface area, how much area it covers. That's the 2 equations. That's the way it works. all the time. Very simple. I give some numbers in there, right? On the area, right? If you say you're talking about inches, we're talking about yards, right? Or foot. Say 1 foot, right? So you put 1 there, then you get pi over 2. If you put 2 in there, you get pi 4 over 2, which comes out to pi 2. With 3 in there, it's 3 feet away, right? That means the area, right? I'm trying to do radius, right? That means the area would be pi 9 over 2. And if it's at 4, it's getting greater because basketball is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So the surface outside takes more material, right, for the surface, right? Same thing. Here's the volume. When you have that much surface, how much the volume goes with it? So it's 1 volume of that basketball would be pi over 6. The 2, the volume would be pi 8 divided by 6. And 3 would be that. Oh, that's an error. I got past that one. Boy. Now this one here. Typo, I guess, right? The 3 in there, right? With 3 to the third power is 27 divided by 6. With 4 in there, 4 to the fourth power was third power is 64 divided by 6. That would be the volume. Now, if you go down here, right? Okay. Well, I got the same thing. Here's a hip top. I don't know why I have a double. Anyway, so this is the same hip, so don't worry about it. Okay. So pi over 2. What this is showing the values here. First value, put 1 in there, that would be this one. Put 2 in there, you get this one. Put 3 in there, you get this one. And put 4 in there, you get this one. That's what you have right here, right? The reason why I'm showing you is with this. Now, see this formula right here? This is the formula for how many electrons in the shell. Now, let me explain this. You have an atom. So the atom is, say you got a basketball. And in that basketball is the atom. On the surface is electrons. Now, electrons, they don't look like the little circles running around. They don't look like that. They don't know what they look like because they don't have a microscope. Does not see electron. The only thing a microscope can see is stuff that emits light. They can't see electrons. They don't only see light, only see photons. They see when they look at electron microscope, all they can see is photons, and electron is not a photon. They see all they can see is, because that's your eyes see photons. Your eyes can't see electrons. Photons like sound. What your eyes detect is photons. So it can't detect electron. So unless electron emits a photon, even if it emits a photon, it only can see the photon. I can't see electron. It's impossible to see electron. Right? At least with the eyes. Okay. But on the surface, you have, on the first, you got levels called shells. I should actually show that here. Oh yeah, I think I will. Hold on. Might be just explain it. I have something here that I could. Yeah, I can use. I use it. Easy to explain. I should probably left that. Okay, see this? In two-dimensional, these are shells. First shell, second shell. Let me do it a different way. Let me do it a different way. And okay, there you go. You see here? See the red around there? That's the surface or the shell, that particular sphere. Now here's the sphere, and you got a shell around it. Each one of these are shells. Okay? We see the round of shells. And so electrons will be on this shell. So on this one, it's two-dimensional, right? So where red is, the electrons will be in this shell, right? Atom will be in the center here. Next level, electrons will be on this shell. Next level, electrons will be in this shell. And this shell, this shell. But there's a mathematical formula for that. Which is this, 2x, right? In other words, at the first shell, there will be 2, right? Because you put 1 in here, 1 squared times 2. The next shell, it will be 8. Next shell will be 18. That's the formula. So you check it out. When you atom, when the first shell has 2, because you only put 2, fit 2 there. Only fit 2 there. The next shell, you can fit, right? You can fit 8. Next shell, you fit 30. You fit 32. Oh, you're 18. Wait, 8. I'm saying. First shell, you can put 2. The next shell, you can 8. Next, 18. Let's see this. I have an accident here. I don't know if you can see this down here. I should make it a little bigger. Okay, well, hold on. Make it a little. I'm gonna close out, but I'm just this. Maybe can I make this? Okay, equal 4. Okay, let's do it this way. You see here? I showed you this equation, but now this is the equation of, okay, that's not good. I need to show this. Equation here. Actually, let's do it this way. A little bigger. Do it this way, easier. I'm going to show you the equation of the surface here, right? That's this one here. That's also the equation, remember, because the surface is a sphere, is a shell. So the first shell, right? Put one in there, that's for the first shell. Second shell, 2, third shell, this, fourth shell here. That translates to this. Right? Okay. So if you put it here, and you say each electron is the same size, right? Each electron is the same size, right? Which would be pi over 2. If you put one in there, you get power 2, it still comes power 2. Each one's the same size. That means if you divide that first shell, right, you're going to get 1. Next shell, you get 4. Next shell, you get 9. Right? But these shells, that's this hemisphere. There's 2 sides to it. What you got? Remember? 1, 2 times 1 is 2 times 4, and 2 times 9. Same formula. Formula still works for electrons. You can check it out. That's what electrons, that's what shows. Same for area. But what's this exercise mean? What I'm trying to show you is all mathematics. It's not just ain't there like it's a mathematical formula. In fact, you see, the first shell is 2. Depends on how many electrons an atom has. Atom only had 2 electrons. They're only gonna have 1 shell. They got two. They got 4 electrons. They're gonna have at least have 2 shells because they only put 2 on the first shell, and the remaining ones have to be on the second shell. And I think atom can have 9 shells, I believe, like a uranium atom, something like that. And that's the same formula used for the surface area of a sphere. And that's atoms work the same way. Now they don't understand it that way. They understand that it worked math that way, but they don't understand why it looks geometrically, because they have to see with their eyes. And they can't see with their eyes, so they say, well, it's like a moon traveling around. It's not. The surface area, I'm not going into details. The point I'm trying to say is that this math works everywhere. So you say, well, how can I use it in my daily life? Because it works in your daily life. And so once you understand how it works, you say, oh, then you can apply it to the situation and figure out what's going on with it. And say, okay. Once you analyze your situation, you put it in that context of a sphere and waves going outward, 1 over r squared, then if you put in that context, say, oh, then you can identify certain things. Say, oh, this was happening, that was happening. Like I try to explain to you about wavelength and amplitude and frequency, right? So, okay, now how do you apply it and apply it towards communication? Get this message out. And the opposition to it. So when I look at it that way, I can understand my mind, what's going on, even though I can't see it with my eyes. I can see I'm being successful because I understand the math. That's what I'm saying. Once you get the math, you have a whole different perspective here because you're not dependent upon your eyes anymore. Now you move to here. And then you can understand things here. Your eye can't understand anything. Your eye can only see things. Like your eye can retain knowledge. There's no memory cells in your brain eye. So you start getting to understand the world from here rather than from here or from here. And so I use mathematics. I analyze situation. So, okay, what's the mathematical situation? How do I set it up? Is this a wave I'm talking about? Is surface area? Right? Is this shells? How is this situation? Every situation is a mathematical construct. It's a matrix. And once I put in that context, I say, okay, now I can see. I hate to use that word. I can understand the situation without seeing it. I can understand the angel in the process, because you can't see. You can't see this. All you see is somebody running their mouth. I'm showing you the math, and how this math is When you say problem Muhammad, he says, "No, he's talking. You got a book." But when you understand the math behind it, you see who doesn't be successful because you put everything in context. Okay, he's coming with high pressure. You put that in a pressure situation. Okay, he's coming with high pressure in a low pressure situation. That means he's going to blow that low pressure away. And nothing they can do to stop it. He came with high pressure. The Quran, higher pressure than was there before. So once you understand, putting that context, like the devils, they got the sealed Bible was more high pressure than the Quran. It tells you in Genesis that was the greater light. The greater light. It tells the sealed Bible was the greater light, and the Quran was the lesser light, the moon. And so if you understand that, then if you understand Genesis right there, and you understand, if you put Genesis in context, say, okay, the days, and I show you how to say what years are talking about, right? They find out, there'll be two books that revealed 1,500 years ago, 500 years apart, 2,000 years and 500. They both, it says it. They'll be 500 years apart, and the Quran and the sealed Bible was 500 years apart. Is that a coincidence? It says the first one will be the greater light, the Bible. The second will be the lesser light. So if you understand that, that means the greater light is going to overcome the lesser light by definition. So you have to go in and figure out how Muhammad's going to do it. You say, okay, whoever comes to this greater light, this less light is going to come afterwards, but the greater light is going to overcome the lesser light. So you say, okay, you may not know where it is, okay? But if you know where it is, oh, that's going to be in the Middle East. You understand what I'm trying to say? Because you put in that context. You are putting it in wavelength. Frequency, you can put in that context too. Then you see what the result would be. And so they say the lesser light would not be able to overcome the greater light. It hasn't. Judaism has failed. But that's 500 years. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay? Because everything is a mathematical construct, and I'm trying to show you the mathematics behind everything. My job, to show you the basic math. Because everything comes down to basic consequence. Everything builds up from there and get more complicated. So I show you I show you about frequencies. I show you about wavelengths, amplitude. I show you about trigonometry, calculus, how atoms work, neutrons, protons work. I show you the 5 pillars in mathematical terms. All this is verifiable stuff. So once you start learning these things, and you say, okay, I got a situation. What math do I apply to this situation? Like if you're a mechanic, you want to find what tool do I use to work on this? You don't just pick any tool. What tool I need to do this? The same thing right now. What one of these mathematical tools I need to apply to the situation, and I got to control the situation. What mathematical tool do I use? I'm giving you all these mathematical tools. Let me try one more and then go, Brown. Yeah, definitely. Trying to give you the mathematical tools, and you ain't learning them. But you're going to have to learn them. This is a wave here. Okay? Let's see what it's saying here is. Actually, I got one that's better. But this started out here, then it moved to here. This disappears, but now it's here. It has less strength. Why? Because it covers more area. It's the same amount of air, and now it's covering more area, so it has less pressure, but it covers more area. By the time it gets here, there's much less pressure over 1r squared. That's the equation. But the pressure is much less. Why? Because it covers spread out over a greater area. So the pressure gets weaker and weaker as a wave gets weaker and weaker as it gets further away. But it's a larger area. That's why it gets weaker. That's why the sun, further you away from the sun is, you can deal with it. Because the sun operates the same principle. The heat from the sun operates that principle, 1 over r squared. But the further you get away, the less heat's going to be because the light is spread out more. If you get close to sunlight, it's real close together. It burn your ass up. As you get further away, light gets spread out more. After a while, you're not getting that much. You get closer you get. It's more intense. Burn your ass up. Okay, so see here. Now this is basic idea. Here, this is like, say this is iron. All this is working together, right? So the strength would be based on the strength of each one of these individuals. The strength would be strength based on each one of these individuals. So if this is strong, each one is strong. So strength, this whole thing depends on the strength of each individual. Got that? But here, this strength don't depend on that because each individual got different strengths. So say these are devils, the white, and then you got the Orientals, you got the maybe us, and you got the East. You got different strengths. So if you put pressure on this, you know that this will withstand. If this individual can stand the pressure, the whole thing can stand the pressure. This will retain its form. This will retain its form under pressure. If the pressure if this one can withstand it, that pressure, the whole thing can withstand it. It will retain its form. But in this case, that's not the case. Because this can only maintain its form as long as until pressure gets to the point where one of these can't handle it. It depends on all these being if any of these are weaker under pressure, it crushes. That means the form will change. The form will change because you don't know how strong this is, because it depends on the strength of all these. All have different strengths. So if this is weaker, this yellow one is weaker than this one, that means you pressure on it. This can withstand it, but this can't. That means this crushes. That means the whole form changes. Here. Form changes. That's this. Because the yellow ones couldn't withstand the pressure. They got crushed. But you get a restructuring. Again. Now the blacks couldn't take it. So now you got this. You understand what I'm saying? The structure keeps changing. Because all I can see, that's the point I'm trying to tell you diversity. The reason why I tell you diversity because the devils cannot handle the spring coming in. They can't handle the smell. That's why they bring Orientals in, they bring in Asians in, everybody in, India, because they can't do it. The people can't handle it. The new age coming in. They tell, oh, that's good, diversity, because people can't handle it. They got enough devils in America to handle that stuff, so how come they don't do it? I mean, they're putting their own people. That's a lot of money being made there. But why are they not employing their own people? Why are they bringing Indians in, Asians, people across the border? Why? Because their people can't handle it. They can't handle this, and they can't even handle the fifth. That's why I bring people across the border. Because the people are being crushed by the pressure of the spring. You watch these commercials, you think is anybody sick? Anybody well in America? I got ABC, I got DFG, I got MYY, MXX. Damn, they only put those commercials that means the people because they got to make money. So if you listen to these commercials, man, all they got is everybody advertises. I got PhD, I got NYZ. The people can't handle it. So therefore, they keep bringing these people, diversity, to hold a form, to try to maintain the form of America. But the pressure of America, and when the economy collapses, this whole thing is going to really collapse because the pressure increasing. And not only people crush, but the other thing is diversity. Everybody's got different ideas, different natures. Everybody's not going to be able to. There's two things happening. Everybody's not going to be the pressure. But the pressure, some people think pressure cut because you can't determine how strong it's going to be because you don't know who can handle the pressure. Not only that, but since you have different natures, everybody have different ideas, so that's going to bring the unity too. So why should I fight for America? Right? If you're Asian, why? America's at war with my people. If you're China, America's at war because China and India is on the way. We got, remember, because the mind's going to be different levels. The pressure going to cause, right? That's the situation. If you had the other one, I mean, they might be crushed, but at least they stay organized until they are crushed. They stay uniform and organized till they are crushed. Because if the pressure creating enough to crush one of them, it's going to crush the whole thing. But to that point, they're going to stay unified. And there's strength and unity. There's no unification there. They keep changing because everybody can handle pressure and crack. Then they got to reform, restructure, keep restructuring. But they can't determine how strong it is, how unified it is. But even if they get a form, then they got a problem with mindset. Everybody's got different. So we just keep it simple. We just use it from that point of view. When the pressure increases, right? Everybody's mind is different levels. Pressure can handle different levels of pressure. We just leave it there, simple as that. So therefore, it keeps transforming. So you have no unity. You have an army there. See? They tell you, oh, diversity. They say it because they always try to make a virtue of everything they're doing. They extend diversity because they bring these people over here because they can't handle themselves. That's what you got to understand, the backstory. If that was the case, how is China beating them in deep sick and all this stuff? They don't have, their people are failing. The pressures of the winter, pressure of the spring is killing them. And so they got to bring other people and try to hold on to the structure of America. But they can't because this structure can't hold on to the structure of America. But this will not maintain that structure. And hold on to maintain it, so they can't have this anymore. If people found, so hey, let's bring these in and try to hold on to America's structure, Marx, all that kind of stuff. But this is weaker than this because no unity here. Because you don't know who can put a stress test and it will fail it. Put a stress test here, it will pass it. Because up to the point where the stress is too great for the whole thing, then the whole thing collapses. At that point, it's past stress test because if this one can withstand the whole thing, can withstand it. But here, maybe this can withstand it, but this can't. That means it's deformed, restructure, take another form, and it can maintain unity. That's complicated. You can't have about to happen to America. We can have all this confusion here. America cannot survive. Pressure's about to hit. Let's keep transforming because this is a weak structure, what I call it. Right? It's a counterfeit power. It looks like the same structure as this, it ain't. It looks like this. I see it, America's got the same structure. No, put it under pressure. Put this under pressure. Put it under pressure, what happens? Yeah, oh, see? Smaller, weaker. That's a perfect square. This was a rectangle. When you put it under pressure, they see, hey, it transformed. Could handle it. Being crushed. You have to say it's being crushed, right? Because it wasn't like this anymore, and I look at it now, it's being crushed. Because weak ones are being crushed out of existence, so now it's crushing. Only these can withstand the pressure. Now it's weaker than it was before. Hope you understand that, brother and sister. They tell you diversity. No, diversity. When mass farm makers move, the diversity is going to find, is going to strangle us. That's of course total hell in America. Everybody's be against everybody. Everybody's gonna be against everybody. Family members against each other. Everybody's against everybody. They'll be gray-headed, but they won't be at home. They can't go home. They get eaten on the street, and they can't. They join with each other temporarily, but then the big dog will eat the small dogs. They got little gangs. They're gonna be hungry. Big dogs eat the small ones. So it'll be great. They don't know what to do. Let me. Let me show you this number covers. This. I'm showing this. The wave gets bigger but weaker, because they got the same much air. If you look at it, pressure, but not in a larger space. Wave. How does that apply to your life? Look at your life and say, okay, can I use that mathematics in my situation? How can I apply it? And then now you can analyze your situation. By analyzing your life in a mathematical way. That situation, okay, what tool do I use? Figure out what's going on with my life, on my situation. Incidentally, you're forgetting. They get ready to take it on my YouTube channel, because all of a sudden they're taking down posts for years ago. I mean, hey, this years ago. This didn't meet our requirements. But somebody's out there working. That's what they did before. They want to take it out to go out their stock. Find old ones, right? And say, see, and I got to go and challenge. I'm not even challenging. I ain't even answer. We're so close, I don't care. Take it out. What? Oh boy. But it says this mess can overcome. This gospel we're teaching all the nations. It means a breakthrough. Breakthrough is about to break through. Before I used to go and contest it, I'm not even doing this time. So that's really something. I got an idea of one person that might be involved in it. But they want to shut mine down because Owen's like years back. Somebody's out there looking. Right here. Okay, I'm close out here, brothers and sisters. Close out here. Oh, well, I don't want to talk about this. I'm going to speak more about it when I looked up with the idea of bartering. But we will not have money in the hereafter. We'll need it. I can talk about giving. Why is he always give good to us? Giving. Because that's the way we're headed. We're one body, brothers and sisters, when you understand. If we went to the Holocaust, it means we have a higher level than everybody else. That means the pressure's up to equal to the level, right? The first God. So there's no pressure in the universe that can destroy us. But no one, they didn't go to the Holocaust. Therefore, the pressures come is going to destroy all the nations, all of them. They're going to be all crushed. That's what Daniel said. That rock stone crushed all the nations, all of them. I can't emphasize that enough. Because the Holocaust made you a diamond. made you strong enough to withstand. So you can go back to the beginning again, make it all the way back. So most of us will. But one would finally get to been by itself. But most of us is 72 trillion years. You make it hereafter and you make it positively, you'll see that means you'll be having the next 62 trillion years. You upgrading. You're immortal. That's just where it is. You can't do anything about it. You can't. I keep telling you, there's certain things about the universe, and not a damn thing we can do about it. That's why the God says, I am that I am. He couldn't say anything, because he didn't create himself. Nobody created us. It just is. Always said about it, don't get a headache. I don't have my headaches over that one. I don't have my headaches over that one. It's just a waste of time. Because you can't, it's nothing to figure out. We are, we've always been, always will be, but never stop. It would ever never stop. We never started. I'm like, God damn, what the hell are you talking about here? And we'll always be here. And nothing can stop it. Nothing. So we make a paradise out of it. We can make a hell out of it. Do anything. That's just what it is. There ain't no God over us or nothing. We the God. Make it on the green planet, God, universe. This is. And you're immortal. And we have means to make that connection. You know you're immortal. Because if you make it, your seed will make it. If you don't make it, your seed's lost along with you. So you're immortal in the sense that every time we come back this time period of time, you'll be around, but you won't be around continuously for next 70 trillion years. But it is, Bones. I can't get it over to you. I mean, it took me, when I came to realization, I said, damn, how else could it be? It's all mathematics. I had to get rid of that emotional stuff, just get that out of my mind. The mathematical period. That's a devil baby. He's a devil baby. He might look cute, but he's a devil. Gotta go. Hey, pigs look cute too. Mathematics. Period. Holocaust was mathematics. Seal Bible was mathematics. What is the Holocaust? That stuff, that was mathematics. Mathematics took to make us, let's make man our likeness, our image. That's what it took. We're mathematicians. And so if you look at an emotional point of view, none of that stuff will make any sense to you. Like I said, capitalism is greed. We have zakat. It's giving. You're a farmer. You produce all your stuff. When harvest time comes, you lay it all out. People come by, hey man, help yourself. You ain't charge anybody anything. Help yourself. So when you need some fish, we'll go to the fisherman. Hey man, he said, help yourself. Need some meat? Go to the slaughterhouse. Help yourself, bro. Help sister. Guy at the meat market, he needs fruit, right? He needs vegetables, so he go to the farm. So he said, help yourself. Come over, get some meat when you have time. Get your house built. Go to engineer. Okay, man, I'll be there. When you need, tell me what design you want. Okay, well, anybody, come on, man, you come on by, man, pick up some fruits and vegetables. But his brothers and sisters, you have plenty. Well, you have money, greed, exploiting anybody, hold anybody. It runs everywhere. You just go get it. But you want something, you need no refrigerator. Everybody's relative. A child's got billions of mamas and daddies. Everybody's mother and father. They treat them just like their own children, but they are their children, one body. Children go outside and play. And in the midnight, nobody's going to bother them. No animal's going to bother them, nothing. That's the way they do what they want to do. It is. We're, we're all, everybody, I mean, it's not family like you have now. Aunts and uncles, everybody's your uncle and uncle, everybody's your cousin, everybody, we all real. It's like in tribes. We all eat together. Everybody come, hey, man. Big barbecue, everybody's come over. Whole new world. You sleep. Sleep, what's that? I don't know if babies will sleep. You know, sleep, what's that? If somebody sleep, they must be sick. You have so much energy, you ain't think about sleeping. You don't need to watch no movies because you live in the life. Sisters, man, they sound like, when they talk, they sound like, make Whitney look like she's a horse. Oh, they be talking, their voice be so beautiful. They look so, they don't look beautiful, they are beautiful. They get more beautiful all the damn time. They have servants. You got to go get no daycare. You got servants going to take care of everything. They're going to be told good servants, perfect servants. You got to be cooking and all that kind of stuff. You got servants doing that stuff for you. Or you can spend your time studying, doing stuff that you like to do as far as beauty is concerned for sisters. I don't think you have to do anything because they got natural beauty. You'll be using the damn lipstick. Whole new world, brothers and sisters. New world. You be no mortgage, no bills, that crap. Own piece of land, no more living in apartment buildings. Yeah, your own piece of land, wherever you want it. A mountain or out in the desert, wherever the hell you want it. On the lake, whatever you want. Any room around you, nobody making noise or anything. Yeah, we have our vehicles. We'll be on the other side of planet Earth in less than a minute. I was so fast. Now that you travel onto the stars, planets, some of your family, you're on other planets, you go out to visit them. I'm going out to visit my daughter. She's on planet daughter. I'll be there, you know. You can't send a message because you'll be moving fast as speed of light. But you know, I'll be there about a couple of hours. It's start. Beautiful plans. That's the new world you're coming to, bro. No sickness, drugs. Be beautiful, happy all your life. We have to make salats because you'll be talking at a level, so you'll be talking at level salats all the time anyway. Right now we just got to do it because we're on a level. Once you're on that level, you're talking that way. You be talking on a level of greater than the Quran at all time anyway. So you need to do it because your heart's gonna be firm because you're gonna be talking firm. You ain't gonna talk bullshit no more. And folk can move higher and higher in your favor. Things get better and better and better. Where are you going to, brother and sister? But you got to get out of here. Hope you understand, brothers. That Farrakhan, that bullshit they talking about. Going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. He's a demon. His father's a devil. Anything here? Oh, let me just. Oh no, not this one. I think just close out, bro. Okay, just close out. I've been meaning to speak about this, but I'm not going to do it today. What this is all about. Okay, let this run.
36. Then he left the crowds and went into the house. And his disciples came to him and said, Explain to us the parable of the weeds of the field. 37. And he said, The one who sows the good seed is the Son of Man. 38. And the field is the world, and as for the good seed, these are the sons of the kingdom, and the weeds are the sons of the evil one. 39. And the enemy who sowed them is the devil, and the harvest is the end of the age, and the reapers are angels. 40. So just as the weeds are gathered up and burned with fire, so shall it be at the end of the age. 41. The Son of Man will send forth his angels, and they will gather out of his kingdom all stumbling blocks, and those who commit lawlessness. 42. And they will throw them into the furnace of fire. In that place there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. 43. Then the righteous will shine forth like the sun in the kingdom of their Father. The one who has ears, let him hear.
Again, brothers and sisters, great fear is about to grip America. Extreme fear. Man's hearts be failing, but fear of those things come upon earth. Houses have been shaken. So you're familiar with the angel? You know what that means. Great fear. I had to apologize, brothers and sisters. I'm going to keep this presentation very short. Did a lot of fasting recently, and it's caused me issue in my voice, and I'm not able to talk as well. And have to get it resolved. So it'll be a couple of days. I'll recover. But right, the mission must goes on. Anyway, great fear. Great fear. Imagine matter of fears about to hit America. It's not going mumbling, brothers and sisters. My, anyway, great fear, brothers and sisters. Great fear. War. I mean, war is actually happening. There's been wars and rumors of wars. But the crucial war, critical war, on the horizon, was coming fast. Got Mr. Trump, make America great again. He's the Messiah that's going to save America. Impossible. I'm trying to show you the math, brothers and sisters. Once you understand the math, you know it's impossible. That's why you have to upload and activate the angel. So you know actually what Scripture is saying. What it's actually saying. Without that, make mistakes. Because America, dictator, dictator. But they hate dictators. They hate authoritarians. But Christianity is all about dictators and authoritarians. I mean, one reading of Christianity, it's all about a dictator. Jesus, a dictator. Yeah, Jesus, a dictator. You do what he says, you don't vote for him. Don't do what he says, you throw you in hell forever and ever and ever. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. No court, nothing. It's his decision. You don't do what I say, your ass going to hell. Period. Court, jury, nothing. It's his word. Okay, you don't obey me, that's your ass. Okay, you don't believe in me, you don't have to obey me, just don't believe in me. Your ass is going to hell forever and ever. Okay. No back talk, nothing. Can't question anything. Ultimate dictator. Authoritarian. Right? You follow their authority. You don't have no say in anything, no voting anything. What that? But that's Christianity. They say, oh, we hate dictators, we hate authoritarians, but that's Christianity. But what's the conflict? But confusing. They're telling you, that's what they telling you got to worship, that's your religion. But they tell you they're against it. And you never took 5 seconds to look at that and see the irony in it, the conflict, the contradiction. I told you, all you got to do is ask questions, this whole goddamn thing falls apart. But you don't ask questions, so therefore you're going to be held accountable on the judgment day because why didn't you ask the question? Why did you accept it? Especially if you see that who gave you this information was the people that was oppressing, raping you, and terrorizing you. So if they was raping you, terrorizing you, oppressing you, then why would you accept what they say? Why didn't you ask them any questions? Like the Bible says, you had a lot of questions for Moses, but you had none for Pharaoh. You had no question for Pharaoh, who was oppressing you. You had a lot of questions for Moses. I told you, after 2020, right, you're not under their domination anymore. That's why we're going to talk about the plagues today. So yes, now it's time of consequence for you. Because when you was under their umbrella, like the angel says, blessed those keep their garments, you was under their authority. The authority ended in 2019. And so you technically under the authority of the Lamb. Where plagues begin in 2020, exactly like they said. The question is, why didn't you ask? Why didn't you ask Farrakhan some questions? You don't allow questions either. You don't allow questions, mean they got things to hide. You let them, I'm always at a Q&A. You ask me a question you want. Dictator. World dictator. UN, we got a veto. You do what Gog Magog says, or they wipe you out. You see, they sent the Arabs a strong message. Most of you didn't pay attention to it. See, the Arabs, those Arabs are there, oh, we fear none but Allah. It's a goddamn lie. Unless Allah is America. We fear none but that's a goddamn lie. They fear America. Because America sent a message. They shot a sword up Gaddafi's ass while he was alive and twisted around until he died. Can you imagine that? The torture, pain that went with that? See? And then they hung Saddam, but in a very bad way. They tormented him, then they hung him. Right? Slowly. You slowly hung there, you slowly die. You know, you can hang somebody, just drop her, break their neck, boom, hang like that. Right? Hung right there, and he had slowly suffocated death. But he sat around, drinking pina coladas and everything, laughing at his dumb ass. See? And they sent these pictures of all these Arab leaders. See, we did Gaddafi, they took photos of it. They got photos of it. See? Now, that's what they're going to do to you. You don't get in line. That's why they're all afraid. Afraid of Trump. America. They'll fall in line. Because they don't want to be the next one to sew up their ass. Or suffocating to death from a rope. All things they was doing besides that. But they humiliated them. He didn't die quick. They humiliated him. In front of family members. Family members present. They took pictures. Videos. There were all these Arab leaders. That's why what's his name? The guy from Syria, Bashar, got the hell out of town quick. Ran to Russia. He might not be so safe up there. That's the message they sent. So the rest of them, they're cowering. They're cowering because Lou false Israel. Lou Israel like a mouse in a house full of cats. And the cats are in the corner, cat, ooh, every time the mouse says squeeze, squeeze, they run. Because they don't fear, they're not fear none but lots of goddamn lie. They fear that. They run. Because see, the thing is, they're in a conflict. The early nations, you see, they keep asking questions. Why America help false Israel? Why let people over the border? Why is this thing in Russia? And see, because you say, that don't make any sense. What kind of foreign policy is America indulging? That don't make any sense. I guess America. Because they hide the main truth. If you put the truth in the right place, everything falls in place. Like you have a map. You can't figure out what we'll do with it because you don't have a compass. You don't know which way is north and south, east, west. I mean, what do we do? Man, I got the map here, but then once you get a compass there, everything lines up. And then, oh, now I know exactly what you do. And once you put it in perspective, because the Arabs, they could have stopped false Israel a long time ago. It's very simple. How could they mount a, they're over there in the Middle East, they're surrounded by Arabs. You can't fly in gas and fuel. We can't fly it in. You can't fly in. How many you going to load a plane with gas and fuel? You have to bring it by boats. And false Israel was surrounded by Arabs. And they got the oil. So they can't come into their tanks in their military without fuel. Who are you getting the fuel from? Don't give me that bullshit. They could have stopped them cold right in the beginning. Just cut the oil off. They did it back in the 70s, right? I was president, and I was there, and you should have seen how bad it was in America. You couldn't get gas. America, they got so much gas, how come you couldn't get it then? They had lines around the gas station like miles long. And sometimes, by the time you got there, sometimes the gas was all gone. So then you stay in line for an hour, get some gas, and then they ran out of gas before you got there. Yeah, go check it out. It's because Arabia put embargo, whatever you call it, whatever they call it. So America, it was something went down, right? They won't do that no more, I guarantee you that. America's bullshitting everybody. We got somebody, no, they don't. It has to make people feel confident. But that's gonna be proven in a minute. We talk about those plagues. Because when they cut the oil off, America hurt the worst. So if they got so much oil, they should be worried about it. Why they got strategic oil? Why, if America has so much oil, why didn't you strategic SPR, Strategic Petroleum Reserve? If you got so much money, why you need to put some in reserve? for rainy day? People rich don't worry about no rainy day. Don't worry about reserve and anything. That's poor people. Hey man, just put it on the side because man, maybe rainy day come, we might be in trouble. Rich people don't even have that concept, don't even generate them. America got so much oil, You don't have to be putting a reserve, because then just turn the spigot on. Like you just got reserve water. What do you reserve water for? You turn the spigot on, water comes flowing. If you're not sure water's coming, right, then you're gonna put some store bottled water. You see anybody storing water? There's plenty of water available. But let's stop water get scarce. And people gonna start storing water. You don't ask these questions. I mean, I could bust this thing up just asking questions like, if America's so smart and so intelligent, and it's probably AI revolution, why they got to bring foreigners over to do it? Millions. Why can't they get their own people, train their own people to do it? When they're walking around, don't know anything, on welfare, packing the food, and everything else. How come their own people can't do it? Because they can't. They're not that good at it. Why they bring Indians over here, millions of them, to do AI? You don't ask yourself that question. And the bottom line is, I'm not going into details. They don't want us to do it. Because we're the best at it. And Trump, he's deceived his people so much. You don't know, you see, oh, you know this thing they're talking about? DEI, whatever, what do you call it, diversity, equity, whatever. He wants, what's the word he use? Keep forgetting that word. In other words, merit, that's it. They want to say, we got that. We don't want to hire people, diversity. Hire people based on merit, and those the best people. They know the best people, AI, ain't the devils. They're using that excuse. Another door. Because see, they would bring you in, they say they brought you because of diversity. They want to hide the fact you was the best. Want to hide the fact that you was the best. So instead of saying that, you're the best, we're going to hire him because he's black. See? So the white folks don't feel so bad about it. They say, hey, man, the only reason he's here is because he's black. We smarter than him. Oh, I seen it when I was in the industry, like I say, my own business, I seen this stuff. I seen this stuff in action. You come in under the shadow, the cloud. You're the best qualified, but you didn't come in that way. You came in, oh, well, we got that program. Because if they hire based on merit, you would have all the AI jobs. See, let me talk. I'm getting diverted, right? So I might not, because I said my voice and everything else, but I have my own business, my AI business, consulting. And like I said, in 1970, you couldn't find Indians in this country nowhere. They started coming in because Reagan killed the program, right? That was educating, preparing blacks for those jobs. They was the best qualified. At any rate, I was working in Tallahassee, and this is just one situation. Don't think just hold it. Working in Tallahassee on their child support system. And there was wall-to-wall Indians in there, wall-to-wall Indians. I was living in Tampa at the time, and the company, I did this company, I went to consult, and they said, well, would you ask me, would I go up to Tallahassee and work up there? But they want to put people there, but they need somebody to represent, right, them, so they could start bringing their people in. And they was going to bring Indians in, of course. But one of the side things is that the white folks that was there, they let them all go. Because it wasn't that good. Let them all go. And they was walking, marching around, because that's where the capital is, in Tallahassee. Pickett Center. They wanted their jobs back. Think about that. They let all those white folks go, because there was no white folks in there. There might have been one or two. I'm trying to recall. I know there was one female, but she was a supervisor. Other than that, there wasn't any other Caucasians in there. I don't believe. If it wasn't, maybe couldn't be more than one more. It was wall-to-wall Indians. There's about 50 people up in there, right? Running their child support system. While the white folks was outside picketing. It's a state job now. So I got approached by some Indians. They say, because I'm handling my side, handling, right? And there was a couple other black folks. And they said, well, I'm not going to that, but they asked me to say, hey, man, like I took care of business. They probably said, hey, man, you teach us how the system works. How do you do this? Well, hold it. I'm saying to myself, how the hell you get this? Get in here. Because, you have to go to a preview of like a tech, or not tech, or like a, interview. And they check you out, see how you understand stuff. I'm saying, how the hell you get in here if you don't even know this stuff? They said, we'll pay you to teach us. You don't have to work. Well, I'm not doing it. Because, see, I knew the reason. See, the point is, India knows this well. They know the reason why they're getting these jobs, because they want to give the niggers. They know they're taking our jobs. And then they come up with their head all up in the sky, nose all like they're better than you. F them. You don't have to understand what's about to happen here, brothers and sisters. Because ass kicking time is about to come. And I'm getting my leg very, very ready. That's probably why I got a problem. I've been doing a lot of fasting lately. Somebody told me I'm doing too much. That's why I got the issue I got right now. Some of your nose all stuck up. They're better than you and everything else. Yeah. And you walking around, and you're the smartest of all, but you don't know it. And they make sure you have an inferior education, so you never figure it out. But that's going to change. This is not the only time. It's happened many times. Because they be all over the place, and now they run to me because they say, hey, man, you're different. And when I was up there, I ran to a, I don't know what a Brahmin is. Brahmin is like, they got a class system over there too. And so the dark you are, because you got some Indians over there, they're darker than African. Those are true Indians. The light ones are the ones mixed up, a lot of them are demons. The true Indians, the real ones, if you ever seen one, they're darker than Africans. But they call them untouchables. They're the lowest. And so when I was in Tallahassee, right, I had I'm a consultant, right? And I'm handling this issue for them. And so the cubicle next to me was this Indian guy, they call him Wrath. He was like an older guy. He was a Brahmin, light skin. He didn't talk to other Indians because they had a class system over there. They don't bullshit around. You stay in your class system because a few years ago they had these two couple, and one of them was like I think they call them forward class and one of the backward class. They got all these different classes. They was secretly dating, and their parents found out, and they burned both of them up. You can check this out on Google. Their parents did it, burned both their ass up because you don't cross caste system. You don't cross it. So there was this guy, and he was a young guy. He approached me. He couldn't get. It was a long story. He figured he wanted me to hook him up with some sisters. That man, young guy. But he tried, but he was like called a backward class man. He used to come over and talk to me all the time, right? But he thought, man, because he couldn't get married yet because it was a long story. His brother had to get married first and all that kind of stuff. So he wanted to do some business, right? So he figured he'd talk to me and I'd be nice to me and I'd cook him up with some sisters. And he just had the wrong guy. Anyway, he's going to talk to me, so. And I knew at that time I knew a lot about Indian history. I know stuff now. I kept up because I keep up. Everybody says I study everything. Jehovah's Witness, all that stuff. You gotta know your enemy. I keep my eyes open, everything. So one day, Raph heard me talk to him. He came and said, "Hey man, how you know so much about Indian history?" And he didn't talk to them. Man, he's a Brahmin. That's high class. He didn't talk to other Indians. I never see him talk to them unless they had a business meeting and had to talk. But he came and talked to me. And when he found out, then all of a sudden he was off talking to me all the time. And then the other was couldn't understand why he was talking to me all the time. But they got a strict thing. And so he was telling me stuff. He would start telling me about the class system and how if you're untouchable, that a Brahmin could kill you and nothing would happen to him. If you cross a shadow across a Brahmin's baby, you'd kill him. Oh. You don't hear about no black folks going to India. And remember, in India, lower untouchables, they're real dark ones. And they're Indians. So if they feel that by the other people will tell you things happen to you over there. We're going to play near the place. We're going to deal with them soon in a minute. So I asked that question. Why are they bringing them over here in droves if their own people can do it? I was going to talk about, let me explain a little bit right now. I'm going to have to really cut this very short today because I start and this much stuff comes up. You know, you put a metals together. If you take like iron, you put all iron, it's going to be strong. All steel atoms, strong. But if you mix iron with brass or iron with tin, you mix it up, it's not going to be so strong anymore. Part of the reason why, because you put under pressure, and maybe the iron might withstand it, but the brass inside it might crumble because it's under the same pressure. So you can't depend on the brass because it can't withstand so you put the iron under a lot of pressure and maybe a lot of heat. And then it started deforming because the brass inside started melting while the iron is still staying strong. You see what I'm saying? So the point is, it won't hold its form. It loses strength. That's called diversity. You get it? They keep telling you diversity. They always try to make bullshit stuff. Oh, America, diversity is a good thing. No, it's not. They say diversity because they got to explain why they got to bring Mexicans over, why they got to bring Indians over, or why they got to bring people. How come their people can't do this stuff? Why they got to send manufacturing out to China? Because we was doing it. Detroit was like a black Mecca. And they said, well, white folks can't do it. And we don't want them niggers to do it. Well, it's about China. You don't understand the economics going on here. So Trump talking about bringing that stuff back. That's because that's desperation. But where's the money we got to turn back? Right? Because, he going to war. And he ain't got to worry about us taking over because they plan on getting rid of us. When you understand what's the background, you understand exactly why they're doing what they're doing. That's what you're talking about. Because if they have real diversity and based on merit, we'll win. We'll win. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely happy to postpone. Ain't no old soldiers out. Well, ain't no soldiers out there anyway. I don't think that too many. Maybe a few. But the old dogs, right? I don't even shouldn't say old dogs. The old folks. If you remember back in the 20s with baseball, they had a black league, black baseball league, all that kind of stuff, before football, all this stuff. And they were saying that black folks were inferior. They could not compete with white people. Even in boxing. No black folks could be in boxing. They're saying the same thing now. They're saying about intellectual stuff right now. They're saying the same thing. He was inferior. See? And then when they put in boxing, what's that guy's name? I can't think of his name now. Johnson, his name Jack Johnson, there. He got in the ring and the top white, he whooped the boy's ass, just knocked his ass out. He became the world champion. They said, "Oh man, what the hell was that? That must be a fluke. How can he beat that? The white man, they're the strongest, they're the most powerful. He always make those lies up. No, he wasn't. Same thing he said about golf. Then Tiger Woods came along. And then about baseball, football, basketball. Every time a black folk get their foot in the door, they knock the shit out the wall. And most of them ain't even all the black. They could demons, but they still got some black in. They take it over. So their last refuge is intellectual. They know if you get in that door, you're going to knock that damn door down too. And they can't afford that because that means you control them. You don't get, they had the same idea back there until a black person got in and got their foot in the door. And they crushed them. They crushed them. In tennis, crushed them. The Williamsons crushed them. They didn't just beat them, they crushed them. Because you're better. Far better. And they don't want you to know that. And the same thing here. And once you get in the foot in the door here, that's what Suleiman's all about. Because the point is, he's showing right there that here you had your best minds, your best computers on Book of Revelations for 200 years, for 2,000 years. You couldn't touch it. You come in this fool, or nigga come along, you ain't got no education, never finished high school, never finished the first year, right? You don't know anything. Orphan, don't know, got nothing. He ain't rich. Ain't not, he just get it. He break the seals. He knock it out the damn park. And you still can't catch up with him. In the mathematics. Nobody's challenging mathematics. I gave them the mathematics of how gravity, all that stuff works. So that Einstein, all of them was wrong. Newton, all of them was wrong. And they haven't challenged it. Because they know because it's absolutely right. No one, not today, no one's ever challenged it. Because no, it's absolutely right. I damn to. But they got plans for me. Bring it on. They got plans for me. They got something they got set up right now. I know about it. You understand? This has been, but you don't pay attention, you don't answer these questions. But you are in sports, man, because you see, I love sports because you see black folks are selling sports. Right? But then they use that against you. Okay, focus on the sports then. Don't focus on this. But if you apply the same thing here, even in weightlifting, same thing. The best ones are the black ones. In every endeavor that blacks get into, they don't just win, they crush. The devils crush them. Except maybe in swimming. That's when the devil still got it, as far as I know, because I can't swim a bit. Right, but I ain't no damn fish either. You understand? I know you don't understand this, but you just look at it. Look at the history. Music. Oh, look at that music. There was music before. They put it out. They wanted the banjo stuff. Chuck Berry. Remember? Elvis Presley stole from him. I couldn't remember his name before. And they crushed him. You crushed him. Crushed him. Even they getting acting. Crush them. In every field that blacks compete with them in, they crush them. Crush them. Crush them. Every endeavor, they crush them. Not just beat them, defeat them, crush them. And they never get able to come back to do anything about it. They have to lay dead. They haven't been produced anybody. Only thing they can do is keep you out. And now they're about to be crushed here. They can't keep up with because I told you it's a mind war. And right now it's focused. Our culture wasn't a mind war. Our culture wasn't a mind war. It's labor. They used us. Industrial wasn't a mind war either. It started moving in that direction. It still wasn't there yet. It was still a combination of labor and mind. You know what I'm saying? Because I keep telling you, you got to pay attention how things are moving, what direction they're moving. But before it was total labor. They had us. Then with industrial, it was a combination of labor and mental. Then black folks started selling. And Detroit was controlled by black folks. That's why they got that shit out there and put it over in China somewhere. And Detroit went to a basket case. And now they're moving, right? Labor, combination of labor and intellectual, and now intellectual. And they can't handle it. The Civil War was all about that transition between agricultural and industrial. They could tell you, they didn't free you because they had a moral conscience. They freed you. They didn't free anyone. It was a conflict because master was putting your ass in the factories and you was doing a bad job. That was what's doing. And that would say, we can't compete against them because you ain't got to pay. You ain't got to pay them $1 an hour. You got to pay us $10 an hour, and so you rather have them. But not look. Okay, ask this question. You got a person, and you pay him $1 an hour. Another person weighs $10 an hour. The person you pay $1 an hour, he can't do the job. You're gonna hire him because he's cheaper and he can't do the job. Does that make sense? Oh, only costs me. I'm buying his car, man. It only costs $100, man. But damn, they don't run. This car here costs $1,000, but damn, they run. So which one you want to buy? Just because it's cheaper? You want cheaper? Cheaper only happens when you got two of equal competence, and one's cheaper than the other. You got two cars, and one deal is the same car. One deal is selling for $1,000. One deal is selling $900. Well, obviously. But one deal is selling a car for $1,000, and one selling for $100. But the deal selling $100 car ain't no damn good. You don't go there and buy it because it's cheaper. That wasn't what the thing was about because it was hiring black folks. They were cheaper because it was better and cheaper. And the white folks said, we can't compete with that. They tried to say it was because of the price. No, because they was better workers. Just like in slavery. Okay, if you're going to slave somebody, that's lazy, can't work. You're going to buy a mule that's sick and broken down. You're going to get one that's healthy and strong. So why did they pick black folks? Why did they go and get Indians or Chinese someplace? Because the black folks were the best workers. They were the best educated, not best educated, but the strongest. That's why they picked the men after us. We're the best. You're going to get the best to do it. You don't get that. And so that was what Civil War was all about. Because they said it was all about economics. They told us, you can't bring them in these factories, man, because we can't compete with them. They're too damn good. That was real thing. Because when after this war was over, after they trick you, the Emancipation Proclamation was all about, because the North was losing the war. And they said, well, if we tell these black folks going to free them, they help us fight. And that's how they turned the tide. Black folks came in droves, and after the war was over, you didn't get 40 acres of mule that they promised you. It was all lies. And they put you in concentration camps. We got the proof of it. They put you, this the North did this, not the South, the North. Put you in concentration camps to starve you to death. Their own soldiers. It wasn't about freeing you, it was about they didn't need you anymore in the fields, and plus you was competition to them. Okay? Well, let me say one more thing about that. You know what indentured servant is? Okay. They didn't have to bring black folks over here. There are a lot of Europeans who were willing to come over here to be an indentured servant. An indentured servant means you was basically a slave, but you're slave for like so many years. And then you're free. So I agree to be your slave for 10 years. After 10 years, right, I'm free. That's indentured servant. And millions of Europeans were willing to do that. But they weren't good servants. They weren't good workers. They said, well, you can't do that. That's not good enough. Look at them niggas. You don't know this history. That's why you get all, that's why they got your all mind turned, all back turned against yourself. And you know who did all this stuff to us? Farrakhan's people. Which means Farrakhan's people, Farrakhan black women. Farrakhan's dad was a devil. Farrakhan's people are when they did this. Just ask some questions. Right? If you dare, you might be scared of the answers. Get me started, boy. It made me faster. Maybe it's fire me up on. That's just some background. You're the best. And so now, and now they had to bring some, they couldn't want you to have it. That's why they stopped. They was actually training you. They should stop because they knew you'd take over. And if you take over, that's it. If you run, if black folks control, if there's black folks doing as much Indians do right now, they'll control America. They don't have that happen. Because I was the very best out there. I say AT&T millions of dollars. They figured it was going around circles trying to, when they broke AT&T up, I worked on that project. They was running around circles. I said, hey, I showed them, why don't you do this? I saw they had millions and millions of dollars. Show them how to do something because it was failing. They wasn't meeting their deadline. Said, why are you doing this stuff? Well, you know, Elijah Muhammad said a lesson, I got it. I don't know if I'm going into this too deeply, right? But when I signed a contract, I said, okay, I negotiate what my rate would be. I said, okay, I'll do this contract for you. I want $50 an hour, or $60 an hour, whatever. So they agreed to give me my right, and I agreed to give them my effort, and I gave them 100%. Right? But I wouldn't work on any projects going to work against our, well, actually, work against our people, just anything. I mean, we're still in America, right? Yeah, let's move on. Okay. Counterfeit power. America's power is gone. And part of what you see right now is desperation. See, when you lose in power, you might lose your job, you get desperate. That America won't take stuff. They get desperate. Oh, we got to worry about war with China. There will be a war with China. I told you about it years ago. I've been trying to fight for 30 years. And they're preparing for it. And they're going to get their ass kicked. Because another story, they've already had wars with China. And they got their ass kicked every damn time. If you watch that movie, Dead Presidents, when they was fighting up north. You know who was fighting? They was fighting the Chinese. North Vietnamese, they was fighting the Chinese. The Chinese was sending their soldiers in. That's because North Vietnam is on the border, Vietnam is on the border of China. They come across the border with no guns or nothing. And they wasn't 2 feet tall, like they try to tell you news. Every Chinese 6 feet tall. Look at that guy's running China now. He ain't no grunt. They tell people that for psychological. Oh man, I'll go and kick their ass, man. 2 foot tall. And then they run to a big panda boy about 6 feet tall, weighing 300 pounds. And they the ones that caused them to lose in Vietnam. Same thing in North Korea. MacArthur thought he had it under control, and the Chinese came across the border. He tried to get Truman to nuke China. He tried to convince Truman to nuke China. Every time they came in conflict, China kicked their ass. That's why the same thing with Japanese. Japanese kicked their ass. That's why he dropped top bomb on them. They were scared of them. There were 2 of them. So they tell you they're so great, so powerful, strong. That's all bullshit. I get these stupid movies where the woman, she's with 55, maybe 55 and a half pounds, right? She go out there, and now I got a whole army of ninjas, Taliban. Well, hell, they should send a company of women over to Afghanistan and win that war. If you believe that bullshit, and you got some women believe that shit, and then they get naked ass kicked. I don't care. I ain't putting down females, but female ain't about strength, they about beauty. And I can't compete with a woman in beauty, and they can't compete with me in strength. And ain't no man 6 feet tall, weighing 200 pounds, will let no 100-pound woman whoop his ass. It ain't gonna happen. It just ain't gonna happen. Because she can cry and Bruce Lee, all that bullshit she wanna do, and she won't get her ass kicked. It ain't gonna happen. You put that bullshit shit in the movie and y'all buy it. You buy it, okay? They're trying to get your sister to go to war. Right? Get her butt blown off. I'm not saying our sisters are warriors. Yeah, we got sister warriors. We got sisters that, yeah, our sisters are warriors. They're warriors. They say ain't. But you had an advantage because you had a strength, natural strength. But if you don't use it, they're going to kick your ass. I'll go down with that one. See? But you got a double advantage. See, you have female, X and Y. They're all female. That's a good thing, you goddamn right. They're all female. We got to be half female, so we don't be brutes, gorillas out there. Grab them by the head and pull them around like they show in these stupid ass movies, right? So we got to be, right? So be able to relate to them. They're all female, and we half. Okay, let me move on. Yeah, definitely. But it's written. I have not seen. This one I was trying to explain to you yesterday, brothers and sisters. A new world's coming in, and we see the evidence of it. You just think it's going to happen like, you just go to, when you go from winter to spring, you got transition period. You know, just one day's winter, the next day, bam, it's spring. No, the ice have to melt. It's a transition period. That's what that's so right now. You can tell what spring's going to be like by looking at transition. You see, you look at, okay, here you are, you're in transition period, right? You say, oh man, ain't going to be any snow in here in the spring. Why? Because all the snow melting. Ain't going to be none of that. None of the stuff in the winter's going to be around. And it's going to be warm in the spring. I see flowers growing and stuff. It's going to be real nice, you know? You don't know it yet, but you just see the transition. And it should tell you, it ain't going to be in this, but the winter's still there. You transition. Oh, but they're going to be all gone. And this, oh, I see, get some idea what spring's going to be like. Oh, man, I see blue sun coming up and warming up, right? And so forth, so on. You see? That's where we are right now. Because right now, you see, boy, Europe and America in trouble. And you see, a new age is coming in. AI thinking. I keep telling us a mental war. So when the spring fully comes in, that's just it gives a little idea what's going to be like. When spring comes in, man, I always saw these flowers and warm and nice breeze and stuff. You didn't see it at first, but you got some hints of it. Then it comes in, wow. You look around, ain't no winter anymore. Am I getting through to you? You're in that transition period right now. And so, you know, all the devils know they're gone. This world right here is gone. Not just the devils, they're going to be the first to go. But everybody's going except us. Because we went to the Holocaust, and that was the training ground to prepare for the spring. And now we did it. We suffered. Everybody was trying to avoid it. They stuck with the winter. You take it soon, they go back further than that. They were stuck to winter 30 winters ago. Winter 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. Hope you understand. Okay. And I'm not going to read all this, but we have the mind of Christ. What do you mean by that? It means you got the angel mind, if you got it. If you got it. And your mind is the spring mind. That's the mind you need for the spring. And so if it's hard, if it's difficult to upload and activate, that means that's how powerful the spring is going to be. But maybe you can't meet it. Maybe you just can't meet the standard. A lot of people didn't survive the Holocaust. They didn't say everybody was going to survive the Holocaust, so we had to go through it. I told you about purging. Only the best will come through it. That's the ones we want. Everybody that went through the Holocaust didn't go through it. A lot of people commit suicide and everything else. They couldn't handle it. Only those that you want to be a diamond, you got to stand on that pressure. You got to stick with it. You got to stand on that pressure, all of it. You want to be a diamond. A lot of people couldn't. You see, Haitians, they balked. Jamaicans, everybody balked. We went through the whole thing. We got humiliated. We were condemned for it. Look at that weak niggas over there, man. They didn't fight. Okay, we told submit. We did. We was humiliated for it. Talked about it. They still talk about us right now. In Africa, Haiti. Look at them niggas over there. We did. Uncle Toms. They didn't fight for their freedom. Yeah, they say all that kind of shit. And you be listening to them. They don't want your ass in Africa because they think you're cowards. You're weak. How can you didn't fight? How can you go along with them? Now you fist bumping them, and I go along with that part. Now you got your fist bumping, and rape you and beat you and rape your grandma, and you piss me, and they really butt broke your ass, didn't they? I go along with that part. You know, I mean, and there's no excuse because when they have social, all you got to do is ask a couple questions. We're sure you'll understand what they did. And some people actually know what they did. I was talking to a brother the other day. He finally came around a little bit. Hey, man, yeah, man. But he was out there fist bumping and all that stuff. And I didn't realize he knew as much as he knew. Another one, I talked to another one too. He cut into me. He started telling me, hey, man, you was really lied on. I go, yeah. You tell me all the stuff he knew. I never knew he knew that much because you guys hear that devil's ass all the time too. I said, you know, because I figured because he did it, he couldn't know his history, but he did. I'm saying, what the hell? I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, Master Muhammad nor myself can't, even if we could, we wouldn't override consequence. When they tell you forgiveness and mercy in the Quran, you don't understand what that means. It doesn't mean override consequence. See? I cannot override consequence in these matters. The point is, you show up with a dark cloud over your ass, you got to deal with that dark cloud. I can't blow it away, and neither will Master Muhammad blow it away. It's not, that goes female and male. I cannot stop consequence. I can dam it up and give you a chance. That's what mercy is. You dam it up and give you a chance to fix it before it destroys you. If you dam it up, then okay, you're gonna pay for it next week. But now you got a whole week, right? So you stole something from $1,000 from somebody, so now you got to pay the consequence for it. Consequence may be in jail for a year, right? Okay, I'm gonna put you in jail next week. You got a whole week to get that money together, pay $1,000. Oh, I pay it. Oh man, you got to go to jail. You solved the problem. It means you just got time to dress it. Damned up. That's repent. Repent means. That's the best you can do, damn it up. Because we damned up the Holocaust. Right? So the devil said, hey, had a party around years. Because we damned it up. They had a party. Because we do it for a purpose. Because we wanted it. Right? Change ourselves. Yeah. We're going, brothers and sisters. Okay, this is what oh, man, it's still okay. Hold on. I can't get this right. Hold on, brothers. Yeah. That's a good picture right there. I'm going to speak this quickly and then I'm going to close out. Okay. No, I didn't want to talk about these plagues, so I'm not sure I'm going to get, okay, there I go. I'm not sure I'm going to get to that. My voice is not got issues right now. Oh, I'm telling you. Yeah, hold on. Oh. Here we go. Now, see this right here? I want people to answer this. And who forsakes religion of Abraham, but who makes a fool of himself? But who forsakes the religion of Abraham, but he who makes a fool of himself? What's the religion of Abraham? See? Well, we know you submit to Allah. We know that's what Abraham's covenant comes out of. We're the seed that's going to inherit whatever that religion. And certainly made him, listen to this, and certainly made him pure in this world, this reality, and hereafter he is surely among the righteous. Now, how in the hell are you going to reconcile that if you're telling us the hereafter is here on this planet? Right? Because I'm not saying someplace in the Netherlands out there in space somewhere, and Farrakhan tell you, you're dead, that's it. Elijah Muhammad said, nobody comes up from the grave, but they translate that as, because Farrakhan's a big liar, and well, he better hope it's for him. So if he ever come back, boy, he's gonna get more of what he made. Everlasting shame and abhorrent. He's already castrated and disemboweled, pissing and shitting in a bag. Right now, he's got Alzheimer's, and let me say this before I move on. They got a power struggle going over there. Always tell, read between the lines, read the backstory. They got a power struggle going over there. Who's going to take care of, who's going to take control of the nature of Islam? Because they expect Farrakhan to be gone. How do you know? That's why I take you have faith. See, listen, you understand? It's what they're saying. Elijah Muhammad, he never made a mistake, which is bullshit, because I can prove it over and over again. Even in the lesson said he didn't get 100% right. The lesson himself said that. He said, if a nation falls, it never fall again. In other words, the whole idea is Farrakhan raised it, and so even if he disappears, it's still going to stand up. No, he's the one who destroyed it. It hasn't been raised from the dead yet. If you understand, Angel Kid tells you it hasn't been raised yet. It's still dead. They're trying to make it think that he raised it, so therefore, you have faith, because he said it will never fall again. That means if Farrakhan's not there, it's still going to stand. Have faith, it's still going to stand. It's still going to just hold on to it. That's what trying to tell you. Because they're trying to prepare you for his demise. And that means you have faith that, well, it must be the right thing, because he said, Elijah Muhammad said, right, the nation will never fall again. So it means whatever who's controlled it, that must be the right one. You understand the backstory here? Yeah, I know you didn't pay attention to this. That's what he's telling you. That's why he said, Elijah never said anything wrong. He got it all right. No, he didn't. He said, Armageddon was taking place in the 70s. I know, because I heard him say it. When I hear him say it, his minister said it. Don't let me get it straight. I hear him say it out of his own mouth. But his minister said it. That's when I came in. That's one of the reasons why. That's no story. So he's telling you, well, so that's why he's telling you that. So anyways, the whole idea is, see, Nation of Islam is revived, so Farrakhan revived it. But even if Farrakhan's not here, whoever's in charge, that's the right one. Because Elijah Muhammad said, and God told him, Nation of Islam will when it rises, when they fall against, that means whatever who's in charge, that's okay, because just have faith. Just have faith. Because that's where it's supposed to be. Which is bullshit. This hasn't been revived. Farrakhan didn't revive it. He's the one that tore it down. That's what he's telling you. They have a foul stroke on there in several directions. Because right now they have no confidence in Ishmael, because Ishmael is an obvious idiot. And they don't have, only reason Ishmael is there because Farrakhan wanted him there to cover his ass. They said, see, I got Elijah's son. But everybody knows Ishmael's incompetent. He's stupid. He's compromised. His wife's mother's a devil, so he can't go and tell you white folks a devil. But then he got to face his wife and his mother-in-law. And they got to tell his children that their grandma's a devil. He's compromised. Plus he's just an idiot. And if Farrakhan's not around, they're not going to follow him out of a burning building. That's why they keep putting new people up there trying to find who's going to motivate the people. And then you got Ishmael later, like last night, he talking real, man, he hollered, hey, man, you know, he's trying to animate himself to be more effective. Not going to work. They got power stroke. Who's going to take over? Who's going to get that money? They think maybe Daniel might be able to do it. See? But he's a karate man, right? He's going to kick ass, whatever. And then they also what? They constantly referring to what I'm saying. That's what they have faith. Don't listen to that guy over there. See? Because he's not going to take over the Nation of Islam. See? He, you know, don't listen to that stuff. Because they constantly, every time I talk about something, they relate to it, so that's no coincidence. I told you this would happen. I said, the only people going to throw them down, cast them down. Ranger Wood says, Moses said, those with the Lord. If they with the Lord, that means they was with the Lord all the time. They were just stuck over there. For some reason, they were still stuck over there. But they didn't recognize, whatever case, according to Mark, right? They still had a devil mind, but their nature overcame that mind. Their nature overcame the mind. That's why it was a nature that drove them to Joshua. It was a nature, because they said when he saw Suleiman from afar, and he ran and bowed to him. Well, he still has bad mind. But what got him to him? It had to be his nature. And as we get more energized, our nature becomes more focused, stronger, overwhelming. You know, it's like those you went through puberty, right? And you went to your nature change, the old road, your old nature. You remember that? You had a nature change. Always had a nature change in life. One day you was doing this, next day, man, something happened. So what the hell? And you had a whole different perspective. But you went to puberty. That was your nature change. And you're about to have that right now. You're about to have that nature change right now. But you're going to say, because he suddenly saw him. And that's about to happen because you're being energized. And then you got to get that threshold. You know, when you get puberty, you come to the threshold. Your life, you go one way, all of a sudden you reach your threshold and your body changes. But now you energize and your body transforms to the next level. And you're about to transform to the next level. That's what says four winds blow. I don't know if I was going to get there or not, but anyway, I explain that. And so if you be in the hereafter, that means he's coming back to life. Man, pure this world, and in the hereafter he's sure among the righteous. He say in the hereafter he's going to picture something. People going to think he's a. Said it means he's going to be in the hereafter too. So square that, Farrakhan, square that, Sunnis. Take for a bird, teaching a client to you. When the Lord said to him, Smith, I speak myself, Lord of the worlds, and saying to Abraham, join his son, so Jacob, oh my son, should I let children use religion? So die not. Why would he tell you die unless you're smitty ones? What are you going to do to you if you ain't coming back and there's no life after death? What that statement mean? What Allah going to do to you if you don't do that, if you don't obey him? You gonna throw a nasty gram into your coffin? You gonna put a nasty gram on your obituary? Anyone know? Is that what you want to do? Die not unless you are submitting ones. So what in the hell, if you die, if that's it, then what's the rest of that statement mean? It don't mean nothing. Because if you want to come back here, you better be around this side, or anybody waste time bring your ass back here again. Why would we want to bring back a disbeliever? You already proved he can't make it. He can't prove, he already proved right? He can't make it to high school. So what the hell are you going to bring him back for? So he can come back and fail in grammar school again? Come on, brother and sister. Yeah, I'm saying too much, right? Let me say this in the closeout. I come to send fire on the earth. That's the four winds. See, you understand, you understand this lesson here. This time about Obama. The Africans going to attack. That's part of the place. Well, let me get to the place. I don't think I'm going to get there. I'm going to try to get to as much as I can. And what will I, if it be already killed? Right? When I have baptized, be baptized with, and I am straight until it's accomplished. I mean, he's in trouble. He's having all kinds of troubles and stuff right there until that's accomplished. It's part of the baptism. That's part of his baptism. His difficulties. That's why he said he was crucified. Why do you think he said crucified? Because he had to go through hell to get this message out. It wasn't easy. He says it looked like he was slain from the foundation of the earth. He had to go through hell straight. Right? You think it's easy to get this message out? You playing with it like it's a little toy? That's the crucifixion. You get this message out. You give everything. Suffer everything to get this out. They suffer the sin of the world. Suppose you think I come to give peace on earth? No, I ain't come to give peace, come to kick ass. I tell you, nay, rather division, but from henceforth, but from now, you five in one house divided, 2 against 3, 3 against 2, so forth. I'll explain that, bro, since I'm moving on. In other words, they was talking about the other day, they're going to make peace with Russia, and I said, it ain't. I told you, it's not going to happen. Be terrible destruction. This is what they're telling right here. That's the mother. This is Russia. They're going to be against each other. You're going to be against Europe. The demon's going to be against America. Right? America's going to be right here. So they're going to have Russia and the EU going to turn. Remember, I've been saying this how long have I been saying this for a while? Those been paying attention. I've been saying for years. All of a sudden, right now, before Trump came in, was any conflict between America? Was any air light between America and Europe? Anybody been checking the internet lately? Was there any light between America and Europe? No. Right now is a conflict. They're against each other. It's getting worse every day. Told you. Getting worse every day. You see that years ago, I told you that was coming. And I said they're going to fight against America on the side of Russia. What's the oil? Move on. Let's get to the plagues. Do this, and one day will come the plagues of her, death and mourning and famine. And fire shall be burned down because strong the Lord God having judged her. Oh, she's going to be burned out on fire. They weep, and they will strike themselves upon her, the kings of earth, though with her having committed fornication, having lived on reign and luxury, whenever they may be looking at the smoke of defying her. Hold it. This is it. And they will weep, and they will weep, and they will strike themselves upon her. They will strike themselves. That means, oh boy, here we go. Hold on, brothers. Close out here. You better be more careful. More careful. This when they come and plagues of her, death and mourning and famine and fire shall be burned down, because strong Lord God having judged her. Who's the judge? Gluman's the judge. Right? And they will weep and they will strike, but it means strike themselves upon her. It means the kings of the earth Remember, the earth represents European countries, and the kings of earth represents Russia and Europe. And who they talking about? They talking about Babylon, America. So the king of her would strike themselves. They would strike her. They went for war. That's what he's telling you here, right? And was king of earth will have committed and will strike himself upon her. The kings of earth and with her, king of earth with her having committed fornication. Okay, so they will weep and they will strike themselves upon her. The kings of earth, right? With earth, though with her having committed fornication, that means they committed all this shit with her. With her, they was committing fornication, have lived and living unreigning luxury. They may look, in other words, right? That's why they're weeping. But they tearing up. But the point is, everything is lost. The whole West society is being lost. They fighting with each other and they're weeping because, man, all the luxury and everything. But remember, America was fueling all of them, and they fighting America, and they weeping because America was the reason why they was able to do. Remember the so-called after World War II, I forgot what they call it, Berlin, whatever, right? So America is the one that had been keeping them afloat, keeping them living rich and everything else. Understand? So let's move on. Yeah, I'm gonna get to the place and I'm gonna move on. Then I'm gonna close out. Here. Okay, and I heard of us come and say, come out of people say, come out. What are you talking about? They're talking about America again. What are you talking about? Come out, heard of us. That's how you know talking about America. Well, you should not share together the sin of her, now the plagues of her. So in other words, what Farrakhan is saying is that if we're going to stay here, that means somehow we're going to have some asbestos suit on. The plagues will hit her, but it ain't going to mess with us. That's what he's saying. He said, we ain't going nowhere, but he says, coming out of her means coming out of her religions and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to stay here, but that's going to protect us from the plagues. Really? And you see, and because we're glued to her, the sins on heaven is called to mind by unjust of her, give you back to her as all she gave back to you double. That means there's going to be a war. That's what they did to us. That means we ain't going to stay here in peace. If we still, the remaining time we're going to be here, it's going to be a war between us and them. But they declared war on us 5 years ago. So we're going to declare war back on them. They're going to initiate it because they're going to attack us. So we're going to inflict twice as much on them as they did us. That's a war. Give a double. Give a torment and mourning. Okay, I'm going to give you a general thing. I'm going to go in more in detail probably tomorrow or probably Monday because I have to go and get this straightened out about racism. I'm going to try the presentation tomorrow. I was wondering if I was going to be able to do it today. Really got issues, some real major issues. They tell me I fasted too much, maybe. Okay. The first plague, blood. That's one of the plagues that's going to happen in America. That means they cut the oil off. The oil's going to cut. Come on. Come on. I can't, my head dense. Keep forgetting this stuff. Yep. You don't understand, but that's one of the first plagues. Oil's going to be cut off. When they go to war, oil's going to be cut off to America because America said they got so much, we cut off. Right? Second one. Attack of frogs. Okay. When this happens, they're going to attack us. All blacks. And all this African blacks going to rally around, some of us too, until we figure out what's going on. Because they don't want you. Obama didn't want you. You understand the scripture? Obama wanted going to get rid of your ass. Did he do anything for you? Now, his mother's the devil too. So they're going to rally and they're going to fight back. There's going to be a war. There'll be a demon war in America. There'll be a Levite war in America. Right? They're going to be, for lack of a better word, Hades war. That's the Indians. Total conflict. We're not talking about the diversity thing, because they're not going to stick together. Like it says in Daniel, right? Those toes, they wouldn't stick together. Like it was like iron and clay. They're not going to stick together because you mix metals together and try to forge together. It's not as strong as if you have all iron or brass. All brass is stronger than iron mixed with brass. But you got all the same thing. So but right now, America's like, it's got copper, tin, iron, everything all mixed together. It looks strong. If you put on the pressure, it's going to start breaking down. Maybe the copper break down first, so it forms the whole damn thing. And the whole world's going to be at war with America, and people got loyalties. You think India's going to say, okay, they're going to, when India aligns with China and say, okay, we're going to, and they see they come in here to take down America, you think the Indians in this country are going to say, we're going to fight for America? Look at the position they're going to be in. China and India allies, and they're moving to attack America. America's compromised. America's compromised over in Europe. They're weak. Oil's cut off. Economy's collapsed. The Chinese on the way. America's at total war. The whole world's at war. And the Indians is here. They close the border like they did 9/11. They can't get out. They know Indians coming over them. But what they going to do? You know, there's a battle coming. Indians. Because remember, in World War II, what happened? What did America do to the Japanese that was American citizens? They put them in concentration camps. They said their loyalty can be for Japan. And they see Japan in trouble, they're going to fight on Japan's side. They're going to call martial law. I said, when you put some pressure on someone, enough pressure, they start transforming to be more like you because you have more strength than they do. So they say authoritarian. America will be authoritarian before it's over. They are now, actually. Let me deal with that before stuff see coming up, brothers and sisters. See, you know, all you got to ask questions. Now, if you say it's democracy and people have to, okay, say for instance, you have a bunch of people and you say, okay, we're a group, we got to decide, we all have to decide what we're going to do, right? And you, the chairman, you'll say, okay, let's get together, we're going to do, right? And this is, you know, this is we're going to invest in some property or something. Right? So we'll say, but now you hide all information, classified. 90% information you can. Now how are they going to make a decision when they don't have all the information? They don't know that. How are they going to make a decision if you don't? Who's in control there? You are. Because you give them just the information you want to make decisions you want them to make. That's happened in America. Because if America was true democracy, like they say, there wouldn't be any classified stuff, there wouldn't be any secrets. Because how people can make decisions if you don't give them all the facts? Yes, you ever asked that question? You should, that tell you right there, the people that's controlling that information is the ones in control. You ever asked that question? America, all these secrets, why you got secrets? The people supposed to decide. How are they going to decide if you don't have information? You just give them as much information you want to have, so they're going to make decisions you want them to make. But who's in control? They ask questions. Anyway, so they want to attack all, and that's going to. But like I said, the Indians, what you think they're going to do? They're going to step up and fight for India. They're going to tear this country apart inside. They're going to be destroyed, but they will. That's why I said they're going to, in the scripture, they'll be cut through and through because they know they're. The devil's going to kill them right away anyway before they get a chance to do that. But a lot of them will get together. But they know right away that if India's declares war against America, that Indian population want to side with India. And they got them right here. They're going to start killing. That's when they attack us. They don't want to just attack us. They want to attack the Indians too. They might consider them blacks. They want to attack them too right away. They'll call military law, martial law, which is authoritarian. They're going to start attacking people, attacking Indians, anybody that's not white, they're going to be under attack. They're going to be scared under great fear. And these are the most paranoid people on the planet. Everybody. Everybody's going to fight back. And so the Indians are going to rally around Obama. I mean, the Africans going to, that on visa, whatever, and plus with the Haitians, they're going to rally around Obama. They're going to fight back. He's going to fight them and us too. Or the Indians, they're going to try to kill them before they can organize. They're going to get organized. They're going to fight. They're going to be destroyed because they can't act organized fast enough. So that's the second plague. That diversity thing, America's going to attack. Total confusion here. No unity. Diversity. We have Hajj for one body. If you got all these different things, you're going to have cancer. That's the second plague, plague of frogs. Third plague, Armageddon. Remember I said at the same time, there's another plague. Now, America's diverted, but they're fighting in Europe because all their troops got just kicked out of the Middle East. They're in the war with Russia, and you turn against them, and now all their troops got all these military bases over in Europe, and they're under attack. Armageddon, that's the European war. And so it says, and they're going to be trying to draft black folks. They'll be killing us, but once they can, they're going to try to draft them to go over there and fight in that war. That's why they throw them in the river. And once they don't kill them, they're going to grab up and put you in, force you, remember it's martial law, force you in the military and force you over there. In fact, that'd be their first response. They can get you, otherwise kill them. Right? Now, don't take that literally, because hey, I'm saying that's a combination of them. It's on where you're at in the country and how they get to you. But it says it's going to try to throw you in the river. That's two things. And then plus trying to kill you at the same time. Trying to start becoming a nation. So you might look at it like, right? Yourself, right? That's when they're going to attack directly. The other blacks are still running around here stupid, don't know what the hell going on. We have them and say, okay, get them. Might look at it that way. Okay, and then the fourth one. That plague happens. Remember, all this happened while we're still here. The fourth plague, right? Fourth plague. Okay, now false Israel. Now Americans are kicked out of the Middle East. They have war on Armageddon. They've been attacked here, right? Obama, all that, right? It's all going on. False Israel surrounded, about to be destroyed. And you got the Jews in this country. They're the most powerful ethnic group in the country. And they're going to try to force America to help false Israel. False Israel is going down, man. And America's not going back over to help them. Because they know what got kicked out. Masr Muhammad was with them. They know they can't get up against that. They're not going to tell people that it was Masr Muhammad that destroyed their Air Force. False Israel and America's Air Force and Britain's. God, America. They got to say it's Russia. They blame on Russia. They ain't going back over there because they know they can't. But the Jews say, man, how come you go back over there? Man, they about to go down. They go down now. But you got these evangelicals. Man, you got to save Israel. God said you got to save them. We're the chosen people. They wonder why America won't go back with help. They take revenge. The place they still have control, they still in authority, they're going to turn against America. Hacking and everything else. That's the plague of the flies. That's Jesus here. Right? And the fifth one, there's more to it than this. I'm going to leave question marks here. Right? That's the demon plague. Demon plague. Right? Called locust plague. With demons, that's also Samson. Samson was a demon. All these plagues, these are the plagues that are going to be taking place to force them to finally let us go. Because when we come together, we cast out demons while we're still here. The demons still fighting while we're still here. I told you that the demons will be destroyed by the same time we finally find and lead the country. We finally get to the West Coast. All that Because that's about at least 5 months. The demon plague at least 5 months. So we're still here when this plague is going on. Remember that. So it said they defeat them, take about 5 months to defeat them. It said it take about that much time for you finally to fight your way to the West Coast. The sixth one boils. Somehow it's more complicated. I'm going to talk about that all the time, right? I talked about it before, but I want to explain a little more things about that. And the seventh plague, 4 winds. Okay. That's the one. Remember, that's the seventh. That's the one they finally, right? That's the one that caused our resurrection. Remember, the purpose of these plagues was what? Cause our resurrection was to get the hell out of here. Eighth plague, locusts. Okay, that's wrong. I'll correct tomorrow. I gotta go. My voice. That's wrong. I made a mistake on that one. Eighth plague is not locusts, right? But the fifth plague is locusts, so I made it over there. And I'll explain it tomorrow. I gotta go, brothers and sisters. Hopefully not. Maybe Monday. If I can do something tomorrow, maybe I can correct this. I have to go. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. They talking about the plays last Sunday. They don't tell you what the plays were. They don't know. All these plays designed, it's going to be hitting America. If you look at all this, you look at all this stuff's going to be happening here. And what's going to happen in America overseas. This is not even talking about when China and India rolls in. Because that plague is not part of this. Remember, the plagues, well, let me, hold on. There was one plague, the death of the firstborn. I have it here right now. I'm going to clean up tomorrow. But that was the plague that finally, so it is connected to the goat and the goat. That's Indian China. That's the leopard connected because they're the ones that take out Magog. In that case, the last plague was the firstborn. You have to understand your key for that. See? But Magog was born before Gog. And so they was taken out. I know you go back to, it's a double meaning for that. COVID, taking out the elderly. So that was the first and the last one. And the last one was when it finally broke them. Because remember, Magog is like, oh, that's what got America in World War II. When Hitler invaded Britain. Gog and Magog, they're together, peas in the pod. And the way they get destroyed totally. China and India just totally eradicates them. And that news is America's already, whatever hope they had, going to kill them, going to break their spirit. But see, the thing is, they're in terror. They're in total fear. But they got a little hope left, man. Well, they in war with Europe, already right, but they got Magog help. Got some help, still help. They got ally. And that's their land. When that goes, they have no friends. Everybody's against them. That last ally they had be Britain, Magog. That's the last ally America will have. Last one. When they get totally destroyed, totally, totally obliterated. That's kills. That's what they got. They already lost Jesus when the false Israel went down. They lose Magog. That was the last friend they had. So they finally, that was it. They broke their spirit. Every spirit they had left was gone. Leave it there, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum. Fear. Great fear is rushing to America. I look at these people, they have no idea what's coming. No idea. They sit around, they lie, and truth is coming out. So much truth is coming out. I told you. What did I tell you? What I tell you last year? I told you, I says, their skirt we pulled up over there and their necks will be revealed. And now all these truth is coming out. The lies they were telling, and they actually was, the government was paying people, news stations, and it was in the contract to give false news. False news to the people. All this stuff is coming out, and it's going, much more is to come. I told you, I says, all they've been hiding is going to be exposed. Well, Farrakhan can be exposed soon also. See? Because he ain't accomplishing his mission. See? A great fear, because they sitting around and they know they're lying. I mean, it's hard to listen to these people without wanting to throw a brick into the TV. There's openly lying. I mean, they was always been lying, but like the lies they're telling now, or even their own people are denouncing them. Their own people are denouncing them, calling them liars. It's a conflict. See, the conflict. We'll talk. Probably talk about that tomorrow. I'll keep this a short presentation, brothers and sisters, because had a lot of issues today, and I could barely speak. You know, well, maybe I shouldn't talk. Well, anyway, I started fasting a lot last few weeks. Anything Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Only Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Nothing from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And Friday. No, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Only Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, right? And I thought it would be difficult, but it was much easier than I thought, in fact. Right? When Friday comes, I'm hungry anymore. Ain't to eat. Right? So it was much easier than I thought. I don't know if it's my age or what. But of course, some other issues, which I'm working through, I wasn't expecting. Right? But see, my goal was to get down to 170 pounds. I got up to 200 pounds, and no, I'm going to get down to 170. So I got down 15 pounds, 185. Right, so I have 15 more pounds to do, so I figured it'd take me probably end of the month. So, and today has been, it's been something today. I wasn't sure I was able to get things done, but because a lot of things happen, but I expect that. I expect that because I expect a lot of resistance. Like I said, the more you, like if you're in the elevator, and you're the hawk you're trying to take, the more you push people to get more room, the more resistance you're going to get until you break their point of, their inflection point. See, I need to maybe talk this more and more about, when you're taking transform, a transforming stage, transforming, in other words, I'm getting distracted here. But when you put someone under pressure, right? See, it will either transform positively or negatively, but it's going to transform. Just like water. You put enough heat in it, it's going to transform. It transforms from water to steam. You see? That's the way nature works. It can only hold that form under a certain amount of pressure or a certain amount of tension, and then has to transform into something else, depending on whether it's pressure or tension. Right? As a body, we're one body, the original being, we still the original being, but the universe was expanding, so there's a tension, so we could not maintain that form. We had to keep transforming, right? And that's how the animals came about. So they call evolution. It wasn't evolution. We wasn't evolving something better, right? It was the negative transformation. And now under pressure, we're going to start with transform again, right? Positively. See, start transforming to something better and better and better and better and better. Because we had the worst we can be now. We were in Holocaust. You need to understand those principles. I'm showing you all kinds of principles that you never heard of before, that you never even thought of before. This world is not even aware of. They think this world is in a static form. But get back to this fear. The thing is that they're doing their lives, they're sitting around, they're eating, and all this stuff, and they have no idea. Some of them think this world is going to remain like this forever. No. And so the shock, they call it shock of the hour. The shock of the hour, what comes with shock? Fear. Fear. You know, fear, it says, man, fear will kill you. You know, in the military, in combat, many people die not because they were actually fatally wounded. They die out of shock. Because what happens is that they get hit with a bullet, maybe even a finger. But in their mind, if you get hit with a bullet, you're dead. See, because their mind's weak. So they go into shock. And the shock kills them. So it says, men's hearts be filled with fear, those things that come. I can't say this enough, brothers and sisters. It says, scripture is very clear. Men's hearts be filled with fear, those things coming upon the earth. For the powers of heaven be shaken. So if they're in fear, their hearts are failing, right? In anticipation, right? Their hearts failing for fear in anticipation of the disaster. What will they do when disaster comes? What kind of fear? You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? I know you don't, but you will. That's part of the Holocaust. That's part of the tribulation. So you understand, so you begin to get the wisdom of experience. Because you're not getting the wisdom of knowledge. You're not getting that, I can sell that. They say, experience is the best teacher. Well, it is the best teacher because you got the scars and everything, got the scars and the bruises and everything else. But that's not a teacher I want. It's the best teacher, but it's the hardest teacher. I like to learn other people's experience. I used to tell my children, well, why you be the teacher? Be the student. Learn from their experience. Watch what they do, see what they experience. Why you got to go out there and do this, let them watch them do that stupid stuff, and then you realize how it happens. And you don't do it anymore. Learn from them. You don't be the lesson. Let them be the lesson. Let's move on. Okay, like I said, I'm gonna keep this brief, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna talk about a couple of things here. Right. So let's look at this. But it is written, I have not seen nor ear heard, neither entered in the hearts of men the things which God prepared for them that love him. And that's what I've been telling you, brothers. So you have no idea what's about. See, that's they have no idea the fear is coming on them. They have no idea. You have no idea of the joy and the paradise that's about to come in. You have no idea. I have not seen. You have no idea. You have no idea. But it won't be anything like this. And you have, and it's telling you what you need to qualify to live in a world like that. If you bring somebody back here from 2,000 years ago, you think they could live in this world? They'd be paralyzed. They would have I had no idea. Television, cell phones, cars, they would not be able to function. They'd be retarded. They could not function. They wouldn't be able to function here. They'd be like somebody in the zoo. You don't understand that. And so therefore, if you think you can go into with this mindset, it's not going to happen. You know, look at the Sunnis, for instance. They should be an example for you. The Arab Sunnis. They refuse to submit to Mr. Adam to upgrade to the sealed Bible, because that was an upgrade, because that was a new season coming in, and they refused to do it. So therefore, they were left behind. They haven't had success. They tell you those books, you'd be successful. Have they been successful? The Quran tells you if you follow Allah's guidance, you'd be successful. Have they been successful? You say, well, I haven't been successful. Well, define success. Define success. If a guy's out there partying, oh man, look at that guy, he's having party. Another guy's out there, he's exercising, studying, training. Oh man, look at that guy. Well, yeah, but see, what's the end result? See, we was preparing for this day, Holocaust. We were successful. Those that got through it, we was the most successful people on the planet because we achieved our goal. See, success is when you achieve your goal. That's success. Not other people think success. Like I had a family member tell me, you ain't got nothing. That's what I'm supposed to have. In your mind, I'm supposed to have $1 billion. I'm supposed to have my jet. See, that's you where you define success. I am very successful, extremely successful when you come to what's going on in the world. And nobody can challenge me. I'm the most successful person on the planet because I got the angel. See? So don't let anybody define your success for you. Don't just ignore them. See? And so that's the qualification you need because the angel itself is above the knowledge of this world. It's outside of it. It's above it. Once you upload it and activate it, you're a whole new person. You're ready to move to the world. See? Because you're going to be thinking different. You're going to think angel. You're going to be thinking angel. Okay. So the next thing here, bro, says, like I said, I got to keep this. See what it says right here? But we have the mind of Christ. What's the mind of Christ? What is it? You see, I don't make these things up, brothers and sisters. But we have the mind of Christ. But the natural man seeth not the things of the Spirit of God. The natural man, see, those are the ones that refuse to upgrade. For they are foolish unto them, neither can he know them, because they are spiritually discerned. But he that is spiritual gather all things, and he himself is judge of no man. For who have known the mind of the Lord, but that he may be instructed, that he may instruct him. See? I don't know if you can understand what they're saying here, but like I said, as soon as they want to take you back 1,500 years, they have not been successful. The Quran tells you if you follow Allah's God, you be successful. They haven't been successful in any respect. In any respect, last 500 years, they've been beaten at every angle, every level. Because their minds are out of date. And not only that, they're trying to drag you back 1,500 years. They're trying to reestablish the caliphate. That's what they're talking about. When they say reestablish the caliphate, they mean going back to where we're doing Prophet Muhammad's time. ISIS and all them, that's what they're talking about. They want to drag you back. And you want to go back there? Outhouses? You think they had bathrooms? Toilet? No. Outhouse. Right. You had to go, and you had no for water. You had to go and pull the water out the river. And who knows what was in it? Or you had to go out there and stomp the clothes and get the clothes clean. And that wasn't an easy life back there. That wasn't a great life back there. Not even close. You didn't take no showers. I mean, to take a bath every once a day was what do you want to call it? It was a gift. Did you really go back there? But that's what they want to drag you back to. And the so-called people that claim they're Jews, they want to take you back 4,000 years. You want to go back there? See, that's what's on their mind. That's what they want to take you back to. See? And the seasons, each season isn't improving upon the last season unless you're going, like I said, when the universe is expanding, right? That means we have less energy, so it's negative. The fulcrum is negative for us. When the universe is expanding, it means more energy is less energy here. The fulcrum is going in a negative direction, right? And that means each season is less than the season before it. So each season gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. So we got down to energy deprivation of the worst ever. But in the contraction, the fulcrum goes in the positive direction. Each season gets better and better and better and better and better. And we're in that mode now. So that means the next season will be greater than this season. It means more complex. When I say greater, I'm talking mathematically. That means the mathematics we call complex. The mathematics 500 years ago is the weakest mathematics we had in the whole creation, because other people couldn't do anything. They ain't know about computers. They ain't know about any of the stuff you see here. And we right here at the center of all this is happening, because it's really coming from us. But so in other words, it's more complicated, Math is more complicated, because why? We're more complicated. We had the most complex mind on the planet. I mean, we had the most complex brains on the planet, right? Most complex brains on the planet. And it takes complex brains, right, to house a complex mind. And the angel is more complex. It's telling you, you read between lines, it's telling you the angel is more complex than anything they have. I talk about the matrix. I'm getting to that tonight. I talk about the matrix, right? It's the most complicated matrix. Their computers can't touch it. So that means it's more math is more complicated. Everything's more complicated. So that means, like right now, everything is math. Look at the complications right now. Most of you can't have no idea, understand the basic the math, the complications of math that's going on right now. I understand it, but you don't. Because you have to you got to understand to be abstract before you get to multiplication. You got to understand the mathematics in this world, because the mathematics in this world goes to the next level. And so now you got to be able to, because a lot of us can't, we have trouble dealing with the computers, deal with AI, deal with the laptop, dealing with our phone, right? And the complications of the car, all the stuff, starting putting the car, and all the mathematics, it's all mathematics, and we can't handle that. So which thing is going to be? It's much more complicated. Like I told you, you're going to actually be able to. You're going to be a part of you're never going to understand until you get there. You're going to be part of the universal mind. It means all our brains connected together. What does that mean? I don't try to explain it, because it's way, way, way. And not only that, you're going to be able to access the mind of Allah. I told you, that computer that we use to generate scripture. Scripture's mine. You see, what? Chickens lay chicken eggs. Right? They don't lay goose eggs. And that mind of Allah, the original being, right? It produces minds each season. Eggs, so to speak. That's where it comes from, right here. And so he puts a mind for each season. Boom, 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 boom. And if you upload that mind, activate it, you're successful. I mean, by definition, success, because now you know all about the season, you know what to do and everything else. But when you go and look at a sealed Bible, that guidance, we look at it and we see it, what they're really saying. But when you look at literally what they're saying, that was a proper guidance for the last 500 years. Okay? And they was following our guidance. So they enslaved us. Yeah, we want them to enslave us. See, when I talk like this, it confuses people. I mean, see, that's why you can't get this, because you can't connect the dots. Because you're going to first tell me nothing happens without the will of Allah. So if that's true, then it was the will of Allah to enslave us. It means a lot wanted them to enslave us. Why? Because we're evil? No. Because it tells you right there. It says, let's make man our likeness and image. If you're going to look at, break down Genesis, it's about that happened in the last 500 years. That happened in the last 500 years. So who's being transformed? Let's move on, Brian. So I'm going to keep it simple. Okay. I'll keep it short. Maybe tomorrow I'll be going to more. I don't want to get happy doing 2 or 3 hour presentations, though. Okay. It's a big hullabaloo now about Trump. Trump is not going to do a goddamn thing. I told him about it's counterfeit power. And that's why it says they're going to be caught off guard. They ain't going to know where to hit them. See? And I'll give you some hints on how that works. But in this case here, right, I just want to point out again, this ain't going to happen. Like I told JCPOA, they're not going to make peace with Russia. See, they're desperate, and they're losing control, so Trump come in. See, the point is, if America had control of everything, they would never vote for Trump, because why would somebody vote somebody said make America great again? Then you're saying by definition, America's not great, so what happened to it? It means there's a problem in America. And now they're going to say, we found all this stuff wrong. That means America's got problems. So they could look at it wrong. Oh, America, so no. They telling you America's got problems. They're very deep problems. They can't come out and tell you that for politics. Well, yeah, they can say it in such language. He says, well, yeah, man, well, Biden did this, Biden did that. But you still get the impression that America's, we great and nothing can happen to us and everything else. But America's in trouble. They're trying to hold on. See? Because they see the spring is coming, damn, what's going on here? And everything is melting. How can we stop this melting? If you understand that, bro, sis, that's where they are. How can we stop this melting? All the signs are there. Here it is, the computer age. That Trump said, we got to bring everything back to America. He will tell you, he sent away to keep us getting it. He said manufacturing over because he wants to have it. He brought all the Indians over because he wants to have the IT. See, that's the reason why they're doing that stuff. You see? But now they're desperate. Oh, we got to bring our stuff back here. Okay, well, if you got to bring it all back, see? Then, well, let's understand this. What are your people going to do? So you got the illusion, you got people in the illusion that they're the smartest people in the world, but they're not. Because you're talking about now you accomplish AI. Well, if you accomplish AI, why are you not investing in your people learning everything about AI? Why you bring so many Indians over here? Millions of them. And the IA, that's not a national security risk. What is? Or with diversity. See how diversity, because you want to excuse the fact that you're bringing those people over here. Because you didn't want us to do it. Because you can't do it. See, you can't do it. You're in an AI fight that you cannot win. Because it's like a snowman, right? Trying to put out a fire. A snowman trying, how is that going to work? I can't do it. And that's what's happening. Because the spring is about fire, heat. And you got hit with all your ice, and you try to put out the heat with your ice, and you can't do it. And we're the ice, and we're the heat. See? Because we was freezing in the winter, but now we're warming up, and you're melting. It's very simple. That's a very simple analogy. It's true. We're warming up, and you're melting. And then we see some other people, right? Hey, man, hey. Why are you melting, man? You look like a spring flower. Why are you melting? Oh, man, you was made of ice. You just look like you was... You're a snowman. You just look like you was a spring flower. See, that's going to reveal the demons, too. This is very simple when you understand it. I try to get the math and everything, try to get you to come up, step up. You will. You have to, if you had the ability to. If you don't, that's on you. I don't see me trying to force anybody anything. We only want those that step up, that can step up. See? So the point is they're trying to do everything. They bring Indians over. Oh man, y'all do it for us. But India's loyalty is to India. And that's going to be a big problem when that war breaks out. Yeah, have you added up together? I told you, India and China is going to, when they see America stumbling, they see the bullies stumbling around and tripping and falling, they're going to get together. That's that leopard. 4 heads, authoritarian, 4 wings, democracy, yellow and brown. I mean, that's a good one on Daniel. And they're going to come together. And what happens, right? You got millions of Indians here that's not going to be able to get out of the country. What's they going to do? They're going to fight for America? They see their country is on war with America? They're going to cause a lot of damage. They won't be taken down. But they're going to cause a lot of damage. They're going to be united. They're going to be a force in America itself. They're going to cause a lot of destruction, but they will be taken out. What you think they're going to do? And what about all the Chinese in the country? You think they're going to say, oh, no, I'm going to be loyal to America? I'm saying, you don't understand the confusion that's about to hit this place of fear. Because all this diversity talking about, that means everybody got different natures. And that means they're under pressure, everything's going to act differently. They're not going to act the same way. So you have iron, all iron. You push iron, all things line up according to the way iron lines up. But if you mix it together, you don't know what you got there because it might crack, it might break, whatever, because you got elements in this weak, got elements that's strong. They gave a hint in Daniel. They said that the toes was like clay, part iron and part, with the bottom line, I'm trying to tell you, right? They won't stick together. They won't be united. That's a little hint they give you. That's part of the confusion. I haven't talked about that before. That's part of it. I think, against assuming stuff, I think we should understood that. This diversity talking about, it's going to be a Achilles heel. It's going to be total chaos here in America. I say great fear. There's not going to be a trust. Everybody's going to be against them, and plus not be a trust each other. Because they're eating each other. And everybody's going to be against them. So I'm going to talk about that right here, right? Okay. I am come to spend fire on the earth. Fire. See? Now the fire, if you understand the fire, that means the Africans, I don't know if you picked up on that one. As Africans, that's another fire, that's the winds. I have come to send fire to the earth. So you don't talk, you got to put the whole thing together. I don't show you the part, the specific part when you talk about mother and father, but they tell you that that's the 4 winds, right? If it will be, I wish it be clear. He said, I can't wait to happen. Remember the story about Jonah? He said, man, damn, come on, what you waiting for? Because he hates this place. He hated it. He tell you right there, I hate it. I can't wait. See? But he said he's not in control. Because he was in control, he would be doing it. You see, you read the backstory, that means Master Muhammad's in control. He's the one that knows. He has to set it up, but Master Muhammad has to pull the trigger. Because if what he would be saying, I will, if it would be already cannabis. I want it to happen now. But having baptism to baptize with, and I am straight until the conference always, man, I'm going to a lot of hell here. Until this happens, it's causing a lot of hell for me. I told you that. I told you, I don't want to do this. And it says Jonah, he must commit suicide. But he said commit suicide. He said he wanted to die because it wasn't pleasant for the Son of Man up until, right? That happened. It wasn't pleasant for him. I can explain to you why, right? But I'm not going to all that. But it tells you right here. I have a baptism to be baptized with, and I am straight until it's accomplished. I wish this hell was done. God told me to prophesy this, and damn it, and he don't do anything, right? And I got to go through all this shit. That's the story you get in Jonah. Right? Suppose that I'm come to give peace, and I ain't come to get no peace. And I'm angry. I'm angry as hell about this whole goddamn thing. Okay, I'm translating for you. I'm speaking angel. I tell you, nay, rather division. For from henceforth there be 5 in one house, divided 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. So it's 5 elements talking about, right? And this division, it has to do with the fire, right? And be a son against father. Okay, and the father should be divided against the son, and son against the father, the mother against the daughter, and daughter against the mother, the mother-in-law against the daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law against the mother-in-law. See, you can understand what that means. Now, last Sunday, these Negro bus over there, or demons, or whatever. Oh man, that means take it literally. Mama and father gonna be against each other and all that stuff. That's not what it means. There'll be some of that. There'll be a lot of that too. That's not what this means. Okay. And that's what's coming right here. When this happened, actually, this. Okay. I didn't notice that before. Okay, give me a second, brothers and sisters. I mean, that's well. Somebody come and say, "Hey, you said it that way," and they'd be right. They'd be right. I forgot that. I didn't realize I copied this and forgot, because this is accurate, but it's just the timing is off. So let me fix it right quick. This will take but a second. I get the timing right. Oops. Yeah, okay, this will work easy. This will work easy. Okay. Oop. Nope. Can mess up again. It's like this. Okay, there you go. And this happens. Ooh. Okay, there you go. There you go. Ooh. I can delete my whole document. Okay. There you go. Okay, it's time when the war, right? Actually, I should show the whole stage, but I'm just showing at the point. This war is happening right now before the war actually starts, but it be going on while the war is going on too. So I'm not going to show both stages. I'm going to show you the basic idea here. But I had to hold it wrong because I'm having it down here before. And anyway, let's move on. So here, Iran, they've kicked America and Britain out of the Middle East, so forth, right? Okay. So it said, this is mother's daughter. So it says, Russia and America be at each other. That's what it says right here. That's exactly what happened. That's been happening for quite some time. And I revealed this years ago, right? And then Brexit, I told you about that, and I told you that would happen. It did happen, but was that 3 years ago? Britain against, right? EU. And then you say, here's mother, right? If this the mother, right? This is the daughter-in-law right here, because that's married to the son. So that'd be the daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law, that means the daughter-in-law, that would be, the mother would be the mother-in-law to the daughter-in-law. So that says, yeah, these two would be against each other. These two would be against each other. And these two will be against each other. But it says be 3 against 2. Who's the 3? The 3 would be this one, and 3 against these 2. And this would be down here after they get thrown out. So it says when when America is fighting in Europe, that means the EU. And you see right now you got friction. Never seen it before like this, and I've been telling you for years. The EU is turning against America, and right now you got friction. They turn against. They advanced over the other day, and they turn against. America and Britain and conflict with each other. I mean, America and Europe. And I've been telling you for years that's what's going to happen. You see it happen right in real time, right? And so it says when they actually go to war with them, that means they're going to be at war with Russia, because they're going to be on peace agreement with Russia. They'll be at war with Russia, and the EU is going to be going to side with Russia. And also the chapter 4, the 4th seal talks about this also. The 1/4 of the earth. Remember, Earth represents this one, and this one. All of a sudden, so 1/4 would be one of these. And when you put this angel key, this would be here. So it says the wild beasts of earth would be against that 1/4 of earth. That means when it's here, both of these is wild beasts of earth, they be against it. So that's over there. And over here, demons are going to be tearing America apart. See? And then you say about fire. Right? See? Fire. That means that Africa's attacking under Obama. Okay? So I'm moving that along, brothers and sisters. Yeah. Okay, here. Okay. I'm going to show you something else, brothers and sisters. Now, see, 1/r². Oh, here we go again. Don't let it happen right now. Hold on. Shoo. Hold on. I need why did it just... Huh. What happened here? I'm trying to think what I'm doing here. Why did this move on like that? Oh. Okay, let me just do it this way. Well, something's not right here. Something's not right here. Okay, hold on, brothers and sisters. Something's not right here. I did this. Oh, okay. I got it. I know what happened. I got it. Now, first of all, let's do this. Oops. Let's do this first of all. Let's do this. I don't need that. That'd be good right there. And this one here. Yeah, okay. And you, okay, do this. Okay, I'm doing it this way. Okay. Okay, 1/r². That's the equation for ways that it's spread out. That's the equation. Check it out. 1 over r squared. R means the radius. So radius is like from the center outward, radius. So from here, from the center to here, would be like a radius of 1, a radius of 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, right? So that's what I'm saying. Here would be 1. So if you put 1 over 1, that'd be r1 squared would be 1. So 1 over 1 just be 1. But if here's 2, then it'd be 1 over 2 squared, which is 4. That'd be a fourth. If I'm saying the base, the strength, the energy level in the center was 100 units per square inch, right? That's the strength of it, right? So that's the strength at 1. That would be the strength because it'd be 1 over 100 over 1. But over here, it'd be 1 over r squared. That means 100 divided by 4. The next one would be 3, right? So it'd be 1 over 3 squared, 100 divided by 9. Next would be 4, 100 by 16, because 4 squared is 16, and 25 is the way it works. That's the mathematics. I told you, I gave the mathematics all this stuff, right? See? That's the way waves work. So keep that in mind, because that's the equation. So let's move on. So I'm showing you the way it's spreading, right? So it always gets weaker and weaker and weaker. So by the time it gets here, right, it's 100 over 25. That means it's 1/4 of the strength it had here. So 25, 100 over 25 is 4. It has strength of 1, wait a minute, that's it. Yeah, right. It'll be, if it was 1, was, wait a minute, hold it. 1, I'm saying this. Oh. Yeah, wait a minute, I'm saying that right? Strength is 100. And so it gets weaker and weaker as out here. Oh. Okay, I'm losing it. It'd be 100 here. The strength was 100 here. But when it got down to here, right, it's down to 25. Because 100 divided by 4 is 25. So the strength of it by the time it gets out of here gets weaker. Because you know, when it spreads out, it gets weaker and weaker, right? That equation. So it's 25 here, right? But when it gets down to here, it's 100 divided by 9, which is approximately around 10, somewhere around there, right? And then out here, 16, which is around 5, somewhere close to, 5 plus something. And here down to 4, so strength down to 4, down to 4. It was 100 here, down the strength down to 4. Because it's getting weaker and weaker, it spreads out. But see how big, it's much bigger now, right? Because it's coming out more space. And it's like, I said, you take pressure, so you got this much pressure. So you got enough pressure, a pint of pressure, right? A pint of water, or a pint of gas. And you put it into a quart, that means the pressure going to decrease because it's going to spread out more. You put that pint into a quart thing, and put it into a gallon thing, so the pressure going even lower, weaker, because it spread out more. That's the way it works. So what's happening is spray moves out, it takes more space, but the power of it gets weaker. Hope you understand that. So I'm going to try to make a point if I can. You see here? Okay, that's pretty much what I had before, right? So that spreads, it gets weaker and weaker and weaker. And that's based on that formula there. Okay, I messed that up too. Hold on. I need where's that coming from? That one there. Okay. So where did that come from? Okay, Bill. So this thing is acting weird. Or it's just maybe it's just me. Let me look at this again. See. right there. Okay, that's 18. Oh, I just let it play out, that's why. Now I want to show you if you can get this, right? It's much more complicated, but here's this one. This is us, right? And so, right? So in other words, at this point, right, you come in contact with someone else. Our mental strength, say, is 100. Their mental strength is 50, right? So by the time it gets here, right? So this is 1, this is 2, and 3. So at 3, out here, is 3 squared, right? 50, that'd be 50 divided by 9, right? Which is possibly around a little better than 4, right? And this is, but here, at that point, at 1, 2, 3, 4, when he's here, where they could be contacted, and this one, he's 100 divided by 4. So he's a 4. At that point, his strength is 4, but his strength at this point, right, is, I said this is approximately a little better than 5, right? At the point of contact, let's go to the next one. So at this point, he gets a little closer, but his force at this point, right, is 3. 1, 2, well, actually 2, so that's wrong here. Actually, it's 2 and 3. No, that's 3, right, 3 right here. This is 1, this is 2 and 3. So that'd be 1 over 9, 3 squared, right, which is approximately 110. But remember, this one here is moving around, around 5. So the strength of this is, so in other words, we collide at that point, when they intersect at that point, the power of this 100 over here is greater than the power of that. It's going to have more effect on it. See, that's where you're getting the vectors at. It has more effect on it. Right? Because you're comparing it at that point, when the waves see, at this point, you just forget about this center here. The center's gone. All you guys, that wave at this point, I should just show that. So at that point, this one has greater force than this, or greater pressure than this, so it's going to have great impact on this. Let's move to the next one. So when it gets here, look at this here. This is up to 4 now. Remember, he ain't getting any. He ain't spreading his wave, right? He's closer when the waves interact at this point. Well, he's still approximately around about 5, right? But he's 25. Great power over this. Now, what does it all mean? Can I give you an example here? See, the point is, we're right in the center. We're right in the middle. That's one reason why our class be right here, right in the center of where action is. So our minds, because when you like I said, we control it. Okay, I'm gonna put it this way: it's all mathematics, but it moves at our thought, and our mathematics moves at that same rate. That's for any kind of pressure. Right? So if they interfacing us right here, and they got the angel right here, that has extremely great influence upon their thinking. Because you got the two minds interacting. And so it had a great influence right here. But remember, this here influenced the rest of the world. I don't know if that makes any sense to you, whatever or not. You understand? Because we're right here. And so the thing is, let me put it another way. I'm not sure how to do a graph for this or not. The mathematics around us is mathematics. Right? Okay. So if you got, Elijah Muhammad said, we would stay on that Dr. Yaku's control until a scientist came that was wiser than him. And they're all about mathematics. They come as superior mathematics. Because Yaqub represented mathematics, the sealed Bible, basically. Something sent to even the Quran. Right? But the angels cause you to start thinking mathematically. That they're thinking mathematically too. But your mathematics will be superior to theirs. That's what you're seeing here. Right? And so now you got two conflicting. Right? And so ours have more power over theirs, and it's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. The waves getting stronger and stronger and stronger because it keeps pumping those waves out. Remember, like a tower keep pumping those waves out, and the waves get stronger and stronger and stronger, interacting with their waves because they're putting waves out constantly too. Every day, frequency, boom, 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 and angels putting out too. So when they conflict, right, you see, this angel is much more powerful, so it has a greater impact on their waves. So it's just, in other words, your waves are moving out and their waves, so now you got a conflict right there. And the result is going to be is that you eliminate their waves totally. Okay, let me put it another way. Okay, right here, right? Okay, at this point, this wave right here is approximately around about 5. But right here, right, it's interacting with this. Yeah, 2, right. Oh, 4. So right, but this is 25. So what you do is you track 25 from 25, right? Track 5 from 25, you got approximately 20. So now this wave goes out unrestricted at 20. Okay? Because eliminate theirs, it weaken this one, but eliminate theirs. So then there's no restraint, nothing to restrain it moving out at 40, at 20. From that point, 20 still at 1r squared. I'm trying to work a video to show this, right? A presentation to show this. Let me say it again. I'm gonna close out. At that point, we right here in America. So America is where they're really pumping this stuff out. Democracy, all these concepts was coming out of here. Remember that all this concept. False Israel, about got to protect false Israel. They said false Israel, all that stuff coming out of here. This is the source, I told you. This is the source where all this stuff's coming. That's Babylon's where all this stuff, it tells you that in chapter 18, is where all this stuff, this is where the mind, the root of it is coming from here. And so all this media, I say going 24/7 frequency, I talk about, I'm trying to pull that together for you, brothers and sisters, but I'm not sure if I get, I'm trying to, right? And they say pumping this out. It's a mind war. They affect the atmosphere. Music, it doesn't affect the atmosphere? Doesn't it move you? So you put all this information, when you watch the media, why are you picking stuff out from the atmosphere? It's getting to the atmosphere to you? See? So they're pumping it out 24/7, but only at that frequency or that amplitude. See that amplitude, right? But the amplitude right here is like approximately 5, but the amplitude of the angel is like 25. So if you put 5 against it, in other words, you got 10 people, 25 people here, and you got 5 people here, and they go into battle, right? But at this 5, now it's this 5 of these, then there's nobody to stop the other 20. They eliminate that 5 of resistance. That's another way to look at this, brothers and sisters. See? Eliminate the resistance. So now, that nullifies that, and then the rest gets out. It's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Just keep on frequency, wavelength, amplitude. Just keep on doing it. See? So you don't want someone coming in here, right? Because if they operate on a lower wavelength or low frequency or amplitude, right? They're not getting anywhere. Because they operate on a 5, then they ain't going to, it's getting neutralized. It's not getting anywhere. Because if they're on the 5, if that was on the 5, they're on the 5, they just neutralize each other, and It's dead. It's just a waste of time. It's not getting anywhere. You understand the math of it now, brothers and sisters? You got to put the angel right. Otherwise, you do that, you operate on lower wavelength, lower frequency, whatever, and your wave is weak, and then so from the contact with theirs, it's going to be annihilated. It's going to be annihilated. You just waste your time. And on top of that, right, it could cause interference in the wavelength of the angel. See? That's a little more complicated. So I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. I don't know if you get that or not, so. That's all right, Matrix. Anything else here? That's what I said. You can't mess with any words. You got to get this thing absolutely right. Anything else? I'm going to close out. I'm going to talk more about this, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to try to explain this because I'm still working on this here, right? But again, remember, this whole idea that the sealed Bible is the frequency, wavelength, and the amplitude that characterizes the wavelength. In other words, the wave. You understand it? Their frequency and wavelength and amplitude. The sealed Bible. That's sealed Bible. And that was the wavelength, the amplitude, that was superior. It was superior to what the Sunnis had, the Sunni Arabs, because it annihilated theirs. See, it annihilated all that stuff that they had. Oh, they had their crown and stuff for 1,000 years, and it annihilated everything that was in front before it. It annihilated the Catholic Church, everything. And then when they came and sealed Bible, that was higher wavelength, high frequency, and right amplitude, right? For both of those. That was in other words, this season, the last 500 years, that was this, because that governs everything. See, everything is governed by amplitude, frequency, and wavelength. Because I told you about the mind. That's communication. So if you understand it, everything's governed by that. And that was the world. That's the frequency, wavelength, everything. The season was on the last 500 years. So therefore, you had to give a scripture that defined it so people can understand, tell people that's the wavelength you need to be on. Because that's the frequency, the wavelength, and the this season. The last season. And so the scripture comes, that's why I write scripture, okay? Right? This is the amplitude, wavelength, and frequency for this season. So you adopt that and you be successful. So the ones that follow the problem, how they were. Very successful. And then says, okay, now Adam, this new season, now you need an amplitude. No, it's spring now. You need an amplitude, frequency, and tempo. So now you adopt that mind. You adjust that mind, and you'll be successful. And they were. And now a new mind comes. That's angel. It's superior. Because remember, the sealed Bible mind, it destroyed. It nullified. Let me get you. Don't get misunderstand here, right? If the Sunnis wasn't around, right, then it had been more powerful. So when I said nullified, like I said, if one is 25 and one is 10, only 15 will get through. Because the 10 is nullifying 10 points. If one is 10 and one is 25, it diminishes the 25 to 15. So now you see a world right now that's not at full capacity because of Sunnism, because of Sunni Arabs, because of the Quran, because of that frequency, wavelength, and amplitude, right? It would slow it down some. Otherwise, it would. You understand? See? So right now, since when the angel comes, the angel is revealed during the winter. So initially, they nullified. They can nullify almost the whole message. Right? But the message gets stronger and stronger, so the spring is coming in. and they're hard. It's hard and hard for them to do that. See, so in other words, if the angels start out, say at 10, and they're 25, then none angel message is getting out. But theirs is stopped by 15. They down to 15 now. See, so then angel message move up to 15. See, let me do it another way. They're 25, angel at 10, at 5, right? Put that way. They're 25, angel at 5. So they another 5, but that means they're down to 20. So the angel has a message packed on them. Angel goes up to 10. Now they're down to 15. Angel goes up to 15. Now they're down to 10. Angel goes up to 20. Now they're down to 5. Angel goes 25, equal. Angel goes 30. Poof. The message is annihilated. Only 5 gets through. You understand? That's about to happen. At that point, this guy's been preaching all the world. I mean, he's overcome theirs. I start getting a little mathematics in that, brothers and sisters. I'll talk about this maybe more tomorrow, explain. Because basically what I wanted to say is that, see, capitalism, and I wanted to go in more detail about this because I only heard about bartering. I want to make sure I would do the research properly because I know what bartering is. But I want to make sure they have a whole bunch of definitions because people are going to look and say, hey, it means something else. No, but I'm going to check that out. But bartering means basically is if you don't use money, I got a sheep. If I give you a sheep, and you give me a camel, no money transits. Just okay. You need a sheep. I need a camel. I give you my sheep, one of my sheep, and you give me a camel. That's pretty much basically what bartering is. And that's a form. See, because capitalism is not dealing with money, but it's, I told you, but it's basically the profit motive. There's no profit motive. The profit motive in bartering is you get something that you need, right? And give away something that someone else need, right? You see what I'm saying? So you give the person, he wants this. Okay, you give him something he needs, right? He gives you something you need. He got something that you need, and you got something he needs, you switch. Okay? And now it's not about profit, it's about satisfying a need. That's not profit. See, but I want to make sure I got a clear definition, because their language is all messed up. I was about going to say it means something else, right? But see, like what I said, when we get home, you don't need the money. You won't need refrigeration, that kind of stuff. Because first of all, I need it. Okay, you fix dinner, you send when your servants out, say, okay, go over there and get some sweet potatoes, go over there and get some bananas, go over and get whatever, right? Boom, 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 they go over there, and they go to the farm, right? Because they don't have no stores and warehouses. Well, hey, would you go, get what you want. Nobody's going to watch you. Just go get what you want. Take what you want. And, it's going to be open. Okay? Everybody come and get what you want. Okay? And then when you need some wood or something like that to build a house, whatever, you go over to the place where they lumber, say, okay, get what you need. This guy, he loves building, loves doing more lumber, so he does all the lumber. You go, okay. Then your engineer goes to the engineer and say, hey, oh, yeah, okay, no problem. But, when you need this done, I'll be there. That's why Christ keeps saying, those who do good to others. We don't need that kind of, this, because capitalism has been on greed and exploitation. We don't need that, be gone. Because in one body, and I'm going to get you to understand that hopefully one day. Okay, I think I'm going to close out there, brothers and sisters. Okay, I talked about that already. Okay, here, there's no I. And I think I'm going to close out there. All right? And what you see in the world right now is you're trying to see the winners trying to hold on to it. That's Trump. Make America great again. We're gonna keep the winner. We're gonna keep the winner. We're gonna take this, take that. And so when you understand that, let me say this. I don't think I made this clear earlier, so let me do it right now if I can. The mathematics, everything around is mathematics, right? So the world, remember, it's one of R squared. So the world around you right now, remember, it's brain. Everything's mathematics. So the mathematics you're around is based on 1R squared. So whatever's here, you can look around what's happening around you and see what's happening here. I don't know if you got that or not. Because if your mathematics is superior, then you're changing the world around you at 1R squared. If you constantly, remember, you're putting energy there. And the more energy, the more complicated it is, the more energy it's going to take. And I keep telling you, the more complex something is, the more energy it takes. So the more complex it is, the more energy it's going to take. So you put your energy there, and that energy, take that energy, right? If you got a superior brain, right? And you put the energy there to have a superior mind, then everything else you're going to over 1R squared. I don't know if you're getting that or not. Let me see if I can say another way. If your mind is on the level still, right, on the same level as the devil's, then you pretty much have what the devil's got. Because you got the mathematics here, but activate the angel takes a lot of energy. So if you use your energy to do that, now you got a very complex here. So the complexity around you is going to go out as 1/R squared. Well, around you. So if you go into the hereafter, if you get to the hereafter, oh, that's what I wanted to show. I'm going to show that. I'm good. I remember that if I won't forget it again. So if you go hereafter with less angel mind, then you have all kinds of low pressure crushing you. Because the pressure around you is going to be greater than yours crushing you. You understand? If you go there with a lower pressure, lower mathematical mind, which is a lower pressure mind, then the angel, you're going to be crushed by the angel season. Just like the Sunnis are being crushed by the winter season, Sunni Arabs. Because your thought power is what this whole reality here is a result of your thought power. And your personality around you reflects your thought power. That's just what it is. That's just what it is, reflects it. And relative to their force against you. So like I said, you subtract yours, subtract theirs, and that's the result. Because as long as we are amongst them, right, that's the problem we have. Because we say, okay, we got 25, and they got 15. That means we only got 10 proceeding because they got that much resistance. I don't know if any of that makes sense to you or not, brothers and sisters. But that's what's happening. So if you haven't activated angel mind, then obviously you're not going to. You're still either crushed by their reality, or you ain't making any, or you're neutralized by it. Either crushed by or neutralized by it, but you're not growing. Not growing. You see? I don't know if that makes sense to you or not, brothers and sisters. But it's mathematics. I'm trying to show you the mathematics of it. So once you upload and get more, because that is what is 1R squared, that's the way it is. Okay? So in other words, you have more and more control. That's control that you exert over reality. That's the complexity of it. Because the more complex this is, the more complex your reality at the rate of 1R squared. So the place gets weaker and weaker as further out, but that's the way it is, boss. That's just the equation. That's the way it works. So even if you still got their level, still Bible mind, right? Memorizing the angel, then you're being neutralized or crushed by theirs. So I want to show you one more thing here, if I can find it before I can close out. Counterfeit power. I talk about that. I want to talk about more tonight, but like I said, I'm not going to do this. I don't have time to fix right now. Okay, what did I do with that then? Oh, gosh. Okay, what I wanted to show, let me close, brothers and sisters. I must delete it. I must delete it. I want to talk about this too, but I said too much things happen today, so I'll probably talk about this tomorrow. Explain all this. Oh boy, that shouldn't even be there. Okay, I'm not going to find it, so let me just... I expect to get this shouldn't even be there. Okay, I lost it. Okay, what I want to say is a verse in the Quran where it talks about, it says Abraham, I'll show it tomorrow. It says Abraham, it says he'll be among the righteous in the hereafter. So I want to actually show that. So he'll be among the righteous in the hereafter, right? So how do you explain that? If nobody comes back to earth, that's what Sunnism teach you. You can't come back here again. And as far as what Farrakhan telling you, you're dead, and that's the end of it. Well, how do you explain that scripture then? Say he'll be among the righteous in the hereafter. How do you explain that scripture? I'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to go, brothers and sisters. I talk about it today, but yeah. People are angry now because they've been energized, but they don't have the right mind yet. They're still fighting against themselves, but they're able to recognize, in a way anyway, they're the first to recognize Suleiman, right? Not because they had the right mind, because their nature. Because now, right, you've been energized, your nature was diminished because you had less energy. You know, you could be a real righteous acting person, but if you have low energy, you might start acting like a beast. Because you don't have enough, your nature's being diminished, and you're hungry. Our nature was diminished. So now, being energized, our nature is being right? And so therefore, because he recognized the Son of Man, not because of mind, because he has his mind. His natures would cause him to recognize him. Because he's being energized. Now people are energized now, and once they get their minds all over. Oh, I'm closing out, bro. Says, Assalamu alaikum. Right? You be energized, your nature was fear. Telling you, brothers and sisters, great fear is about to grip America. Extreme fear, unrelenting fear, unimaginable fear, and it will not subside. It will not desist. It will not dissolve. It's going to grip America by the throat, and it's going to squeeze, squeeze, squeeze until this last breath. Fear. Men's hearts will be failing for fear those things coming upon America and Europe, particularly America. Because the powers of heaven shaken means America exposed as a bully with fake power. And what you think will happen next? Great fear. 1 second, brothers and sisters. Let me check something. Just give me a moment. Okay. Just make a slight adjustment. Okay, that's good. Okay, brothers and sisters, I'm going to follow up on what I talked about yesterday with a few more additional things. Because actually we're at war right now, brothers and sisters. And that's part of the war strategy to keep you from realizing you're at war. If someone attack your family, right, and then put your family in the basement, kept it for years, right? Well, would you consider you still under attack? Okay. See, they brought us over here. We didn't ask to come here. They forced us to come here. They beat us and tortured us and terrorized us. I mean, that means they declared war on us approximately 45 years ago. They declared war on our nation. You understand that? So are we still at war? We're still here? We're still under authority? We didn't ask for this. Oh, well, because we was, okay, like I said, if you take somebody's kid, attack your family, put them in the basement, then you have children, you live 20, 30 years, right? So the children, they're born here, that means they're part of the family that brought them there? No. We're still at war. We're still at war. As long as there's one warrior standing, we're still at war. And there's a warrior standing, you're looking at them. We're still at war. Now, you got collaborators. I talked about this the other day. You got collaborators. Well, they're going to be lost. You got traitors. They're going to be lost too. Collaborators, traitors, like over in the dead body of Nation of Islam. Nation of Islam is a dead body. It's not alive. Farrakhan killed it. If you understand the angel key, it tells you they're death. They're dead. There's a lot of traitors and collaborators there. I ain't talking about the demons. Then you got infiltrators. So we got all of that. And traitors and collaborators, that means they're working for the devil. That means they're going to represent, they along with the demons, they represent the devil's case. And so that's all you see in the media, TV, whatever. In fact, I just thought about it. I wanted to play this tape with this well-known personality. Is saying that. He's saying that the whole media is totally controlled. And you should know that by now, because the way they... But you don't know because... Right? You've been what's the word they use? Pacified? What's pacified? That means you take and you like a lion, you can pacify them by feeding them and everything. So, because usually they're only dangerous when they're hungry. So you keep them well fed and everything else, right? Then you probably don't have to worry about them. You probably can walk around them. You see people training, stay right near with the lions, because the lions are pacified. It's like your dog in your house. If you got one, he's pacified. You stop feeding him, you find out what happens. Then you're going to find the wolf. The wolf comes out, because that's what they are. They're just as dangerous as wolves. They're still at war. The war has moved to the mental level now. See? I mean, it's been the mental all the time, but that was part of everything else, right? But now they're losing control of you, so now that's what's left. Mentally, American dream, false Israel. Don't listen to that Measure the Covenant guy, Farrakhan. See? Keep you under control, and if that fails, that'll put you down. See, when a dog bites you, put him down. You might love a dog, you put him down once he bites you, you can't keep that dog anymore, because he's not going to stop biting. Same thing with a lion. They say once a lion bites you taste human flesh, you got to kill him. Got to kill him. And that's their last. That's their fallback position. Well, and let me mention another thing in that regards. The scripture says, "Could a nation be born in a day?" See, I have to explain these things because I gotta stop doing that, because I just, like Mr. Yusuf Shah used to say, he used to be the one that stood the minister at number 2 where that fake, stupid idiot Ishmael is. But he was the leader. He was the one that represented the mosque. Mr. Yusuf Shah used to always say, when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. And I keep assuming people just, I don't have to go out and spell everything A, B, C, D, E, F, G. But apparently I do. So it says, when they be born in a day, if you understand your key, it don't mean that you were birthed in a day, because everybody's birthed in a day. right? Everybody got a birthday, not a birth week, or a birth 2 days. Everybody's got a birthday. So that's not what we're talking about. It says, whoever heard such a thing, we're talking about, right? It says, as soon as she conceived, she bore. The point is that the conception and the birth be in the same day. If you understand, you understand that, because as soon as they attack us, that's the pregnancy, and then that's what it's talking about. Because it doesn't say we're pregnant right now. It doesn't say that. I hear some people talking, they kind of insinuate that. That's not what it's saying. See, that's not what Angel's saying in that context. So let me straighten that out. Okay, let me move on, and I got quite a few things I want to talk about. I know that was over 3 hours last night. Don't intend to repeat that. Okay, Matrix. I'm not talking about the movie. See, a matrix is a complex mathematical structure. And people use it different ways. It's many different ways, right? But it's a mathematical, and bottom line, it's a complex mathematical structure. And it could be, theirs are very simple. They're very, basically two-dimensional. I think they may have a three-dimensional representation, I'm not sure. Right? I think, but it can be very multi-dimensional. It can be very complicated. Matrices. Very complicated. See? And so, the angel, we're talking in terms of matrices, right? The angel's a matrix. See, all the pieces fit together a certain way. But you got to understand how the equation make the connections. That's the problem. So you got this table, got all these things here, but how do you connect? How do they connect to each other? So they all related to each other, but you got to figure out how they are related to each other. That's one of the problems of matrix. You got all these different things that you say, well, they're all related, but how? It's like you had a matrix where it says 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. You say, oh man, look at all these numbers. How are they connected? And then you say, oh, the equation is, right, the even numbers in sequence. So that's the connection. But it's more complicated than that. See, there's a formula in there, and every time you put something in there, a number come out, but you don't know the formula to connect them. And the formula is very complicated. And that's what angel is. So it's all mathematics. And see, the devils, they know the angel is right. How do they know it's right? Because they tried to apply their computers, and their computers just can't connect the connection. You know, in calculus, you have an integral. Integral derivatives easy. See, derivatives are easy, but integrals are opposite, and they can be very complicated, and the human brain cannot solve them. And when the computers came along, they was able to solve it by brute force, because they would calculate every possibility, maybe trillions of possibilities, and they say, well, this can't be, this can't be, and brute force that can isolate down to what possibilities can remain. So anybody solve it, right? They solve the equation. They said, okay, let's find what it is. Like find a needle in a haystack. They say, well, it can't be this, it can't be this, can't be this. So it's by brute force. See? And so, but they can't find anything. Nothing, no computer that's it, no one in heavens, earth, on earth could do it. Say no. If a computer did this, it had to be a computer way beyond anything they can even comprehend. Way beyond. Because they see this stuff fits. And the way you're going into, they didn't see it before. But now I'm saying based on the information I'm giving, they say, yes, it still fits like that fits. But what's the connection? I mean, what's the math, the formula puts together? And so that's how they recognize Suleiman also. Because he came with the formula, broke the seals. So they got those two things right there, they know. know he is, and an angel is. They know they can't touch either one. They can't. He got the formula. They can't figure out the formula. That's how you know, right? That he'd be a superior mind, because both are minds. Both are minds. The mind of the Lamb, right? Unlocking the angel, which is the mind of the season, coming directly from the mind of the originator. I told you, I explained the other day that the scripture, that computer, is the mind of the original being. And said, we are the original being. The original being will be here forever. But we're the brain cells of them. The original being is not in the form it was trillions of years ago. This is the form it takes. That's what Allah is. He comprehends all vision, but vision comprehends not. So we are. And what will happen once we able to tune in and we connect, our brains connect again? Who is that? What is that? Who's that? Because the originator is always here. But we don't pray to him because we are it. We're the brain cells, right? The body cells are the animals and trees and all that kind of stuff. That's the body cells. But we're the brain cells. And now we're about to connect again, back up. Once we tune in, then we connect it all back together. So we raise our consciousness. It's like the originator's asleep because because when you asleep, right? All your brain cells are active. It's just that they ain't connected, right? Because you lost consciousness. They ain't connected. They are active, but you're not conscious because they're all. I may be taking this too far to you, bouncers. You might get you confused. Because when you're asleep, all your brain cells are active. That's why you be dreaming all that kind of stuff, but they're not connected. Then when you wake up, you connect with all of them. So now you're conscious. That's why you don't feel anything. Everything they put you to sleep, right? When they take operation, everything else, because you're not connected to all your cells anymore. Your body cells, anything. You lose connection with them. But once, boom, all of a sudden, now you're one body. So we are the original being. See? We are the original being. And that's that computer that's the mind originator. That computer, which generates all the minds for each one of us as we move down through time. Or up through time, however you look at it. You understand that? Or maybe though, maybe so, maybe not. So the thing is that the devils, they know this is way beyond anything they can produce. And they know it had to be a mind greater than any mind they have that could unlock that mind. I mean, it had to be a superior brain, right, that could upload that mind. Because remember, Lamb didn't have the mind at first. Did you consider that? He didn't start out with an angel mind. He was dead like everyone else. And then he went and got the book and turned it. So he went and activated. No one did it for him. No one did it for him. He went and did it on his own. No God, nobody came, no master Muhammad came and talked to him. Because no one's able to do it. Melchizedek, priest forever. He went in and said, okay, and got his mind, angel mind. He had the brain to do it. So they know whoever has a superior Because the angel is a matrix. It's more complicated than anything. Their computers can't touch it. Not even close. They run through. They say, we can't figure the connections. We see the connections. We can't figure how they connect. What's the formula? So it's going to take somebody with a superior mind, superior intellect, superior brain, to get the key that tells them, no. I don't know if this is making any sense to you or not, brothers and sisters. That's why I say Suleiman is the wisest man ever lived. That's the world you're going to be, if you survive into the hereafter, and you upload the angel, that's the world that you're going to be living in. A world that's more complicated than anything you can imagine here. That's why it says no heart, I think how they say it, right? No heart can imagine, no brain, whatever. You can't have no imagination. But first you got to qualify. So like I said, the angels so because they're amazed how it explains stuff, how it connects. And it fits perfectly, but damn, what's the formula that connects it? They said, damn, they said, well, if that person did it, that means their mind has to be so superior enough to figure that connection. That means they deal with, you know how they talk about that plane, man, whoa, wow, we can't understand it. It's like way beyond, the same thing, angel. They can't get it. Wow, that's way beyond. They try their computers and stuff. The computers like just grind to a stop. You can't touch it. But they know it's mathematical. That's part of the reason why they can't. If it wasn't mathematical, the computer could detect that too. It's way beyond. See? So they can see. But what's the math behind it? We see all these numbers, but what's connect them? We have all these things in the angel. What's connected? And we can't find anybody that can do it. Yet he's doing it. That's the danger. I said we're at war. So you know they're dealing with not just superior intellect, but something way beyond their comprehension. Way beyond their comprehension. Way beyond it. Okay. That's what I'm talking about, the angel. And the point is that's why you had to be raised. Am I going to say this? You had to be raised to gods to get it. You see how this stuff connects up? That's why you had to be raised. Angels can do it. He tells you in the thing. It tells you right there. It says he told Adam. He said angels. He told Adam, tell angels and angels. That's what I'm talking about. So I know what you do not. So angels you can do it down the level because it can make all things new. Not bring back old things, all things new. So you have to be raised to a God level to deal with that. Because that's a new work. Because that's the world that he's bringing. And the point is, and it says not even the God could do it. Because he had to do it and then give it to the God. And it had to be a perfect kingdom. Because it's going to last forever. Perfect. No flaws in it. If it is, you have to live in that kingdom you have to live in that flawed kingdom that's going to last forever. I'll explain how stuff come together. Because all you do, if you make it, all you do is upgrade yourself, regenerate. Because you last forever too. So it has to be perfect. Otherwise, you got flaws in there. Then how those flaws going to show up? So it was trust only to Melchizedek, and then he give it to the God. If you read the story about Solomon and David, Suleiman was David's son. So he said, well, remember they talking about the Father and the Son. We're talking about David and Solomon. When they talking about Jesus, and who's Jesus? Jesus is Solomon, and his father. They talking about the Father. His father is David. See, you don't understand these things. See? So said nobody know that led then out but the Father only, Master Fra Muhammad. Not even the Son, not even Suleiman. Can't be assuming. I'm assuming too much stuff. But David was not allowed to build a temple. The temple is where all the knowledge and everything is. It didn't say, he was the wise. His son was the wisest man ever lived. And David wasn't allowed to build a temple. Suleiman did it. He was the one that built the kingdom. He was the one that built the temple. But David was king over it. It's right there in the story. It's right there. I'm connecting more stuff and revealing more stuff as time, because some of the stuff I'm doing right now, because it's timely, some of it is hoping to throw some of you out, because this stuff can hit you like a freight train. Because some of it hit you like a freight train now, because you never saw any of this kind of stuff. Like somebody asked me, what does the originator look like, the original being? I said, well, you're looking at him. It says, Allah is to comprehends all vision, but vision comprehends him not. So you can't see him, right? Because, in other words, if Allah comprehends all vision, but vision comprehends him not. That means all vision, we the vision. So if all of our vision is that being's vision. If he's all of us, if we the brain cells, then everything we see individually, that individual sees it all, because all the eyes are that being's eyes. And that would be the case once we connect. And I shouldn't be talking about this really, because that, I can see somebody taking this the whole way out in space somewhere. Because who's that being? But it says Allah is you comprehends all vision. So individually we can't see the whole thing. But that brain, we all brain cells, so that brain cell, we all eyes, that brain cell, that brain, we all brain cells, so we see everything, that brain sees everything that we see individually, all together at once. Wow, what is that? So I said, well, if you want, well, kid, but well, is there any kind of way that, you want to see what the first being looked like? Look at the sun. Can you see that? Visually, that's what back in 70 trillion years ago, that's what the first original being looked like. Look at the sun. Can you look at it? That's what it looked like. I ain't say he. That's what that being looked like. I'll leave that alone. But now, this is the form the being takes. And we eventually come back together, and the being will be back its original form again. See, I didn't ask you to do this. I don't even want to do it, to tell you the truth. Had to be done. Had to be done. I think I had enough comment on that and then move on. Make sure I. See what I said about that one. Okay, yeah. But I gotta live in that world too. We're immortal. We're mortal beings. Okay? We're not going to some heaven place out. No, I mean, we're going to inhabit the universe. It says the garden is wide. Think about that one. It says garden is wide as heaven. That means the whole heavens is our garden. So if you look at that from the Sunni point of view, because they said this heaven is someplace, well, the heaven is part of our garden. It's in the heavens, ain't it? See, that stuff falls upon you as questions. It says garden is wide as the heavens and earth. That means the heavens and earth are our garden. Our garden. That means everything is our garden. The whole universe is our garden. So there's some super heaven where some God with. That's part of our garden, so we can go there. See, that stuff don't make any sense when you think about it. But that matrix, and that's you have to step up to. And let me point out something to you. See, I get comments and things, you know. Like someone suggested, right? How come you ain't bring a lot of people around? I said, well, look, I don't want anybody around me unless they got to be, this mess has to be 100%. Well, man, yeah, but no, because the Quran said they want the prophet to be pliant. No, this mess has to be perfect. See, you take Prophet Muhammad, for instance, right? Now, see, they knew, the educated people and everything else, they knew that he had to be getting this message from God, Quran. Because the Quran, I don't know Arabic. I'm here now, learned it back and forth over the years, and I can't talk to anybody about it, so it evaporates. So I just gave up and said, well, I'll wait till we get home, and that's the only language we speak. Because I've studied it, and I spoke it to some degree here and there. But you got to keep up, and I never find anybody want, you know. And the Arabs come over here, they talk you a little bit, and then after a while, you know, they disappear. So you keep it going. And I said, well, I could, there's ways to do it, get online, but I got to get this message out, so I don't have time for that. But the Arabic, and the way I understand it, and I searched and everything else, Arabic is perfect Arabic. I mean, it's the grammar, everything is perfect. And so they know that he couldn't do it because first he couldn't read and write. He didn't speak Arabic. I mean, everything. He said it couldn't have been him because it's perfect. There's no errors. That would say bring a verse like it. They can't do it because it's perfect. I mean, it's beautiful. And you know the Houthis over there, they say that they're the only ones that speak Quranic Arabic, that really speak the Arabic as in the Quran or very close to it. They say the only one. Not even Saudi Arabia. They close. But it says the Houthi, they speak it almost perfect, like in the Quran, Arabic, Quranic Arabic. Because everybody will speak, they got slang, Syrian. I mean, I was studying Syrian, I got pretty good in it. And then somebody came and told me, man, that's wrong. So that's dialect. That's why I really got angry. They come there, I got it, but they didn't tell me that. Because he couldn't understand what I was saying. He said, but that's Syrian Arabic. I said, what's wrong with it? Well, it's dialect. It's like, you know, and it says that's not normal Arabic, you know. And he couldn't. He was from Arabia, and he said he couldn't understand. He said he had a hard time trying to understand what I was saying. It wasn't because of my dialect and everything. It's because the word structure and everything else was different. So I spent a lot of time studying that. I spent a year or so. I was getting pretty good at it, and so I said, okay, right. So that's why I knew that wasn't from him. Because there's no way he could have done that. And no one over in Arabia could have done it anyway. Even the scholars and the linguists and everything, they couldn't, because it was perfect. And they said, whew. That's why the Quran says, just bring one verse like it, because they challenge you. You can't. But you will. But you're going to speak it even better than that, because you're going to speak it with the total mathematic. Because you have to start, I tell people you got to start, but you don't want to learn math. You don't want to upload the whole angel. You don't want to speak, you know. Part of this, first you have to You have to be, when I say it, your mind, it's your mind. It's okay, you got a computer, you don't upload this, you don't upload the operating system, then you wonder why the computer's not working? You gotta upload the operating system. You can half-fast operate, you gotta upload the whole damn thing. Sometimes they come and ask you, you ready to set it up? Okay, you gotta go through that process too. You know, you get it and they come back and say, well, you ready to set up? Or remind me later. I'm guilty of that, right? And then it's not working like you wanted to work. And they said, well, how come? Because you told you haven't finished setting it up yet. Set the whole thing up. Set a little piece up now. Well, if you don't have an angel mind, you still got the devil's mind. And you memorize an angel because you don't have the angel mind yet. You don't have it. So therefore you make mistakes because when you say something, you cross-reference against the devil mind, sealed Bible mind. That's what you cross-reference. So that's why you make mistakes. Because when I say something, I cross-reference against the angel mind, angel. Okay? And I bring the whole angel mind. What's the whole angel mind? The entire angel mind, right? The entire angel mind is when you unlock all the scriptures. And I haven't done that. I told everybody I haven't done that. George, do this. I'll come to the conclusion. I know that every scripture says the same thing, so I'm safe in that category because I know all the scriptures. Every time I do it, that never fails. Every scripture said the same things in different perspectives, so I don't have a problem with that, right? But lately, I've been going in and finding those scriptures and unlocking it, and it still holds true. It says everything is just from different perspective, right? And so if someone asks me something that I don't have a thorough, complete understanding, I say, wait a minute. First, I get back to you, or I tell them, you got to explain to me exactly what you asked me so I can give you an exact answer. I can't give you a half-assed answer. You know, so therefore, you don't have, how can you come to the right answer when you don't have the whole spectrum? You have upload the whole matrix. You don't got a part of it. So therefore, you cross-reference, you make mistakes, big mistakes. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Okay. And if you don't like mathematics, you better go home right now. I ain't talking about back to Arabia. Okay? The devil taught you to hate mathematics because of the way he teach it. But you better get familiar with mathematics. I tell people they ain't studying it. This is, see, the problem is, our people look at this, the ones that look at all, and they think this is easy. This ain't easy. You uploading the whole mind. You're activating the whole mind. This is not easy. This is 30 plus years and work on my part. Most 30 years just getting more detail, but I got the intro, just getting, but every time you get in it get deeper and deeper and deeper. It's like gold mine, the more you keep me, it's more and more deeper, and you're looking at it deeper and deeper and deeper. So I look, and there's, every time you break one level, and now there's another floor under that, another one under that. Because it's powerful, it's a matrix, and it's way beyond anything they can do. But it's a warning to you, that's what the new world's going to be like. And so you're going to be an ape in that world, or you're going to be a god or goddess. The angels, what mean no angels? How can be angels if angels are upgrading to gods? Who's the angels? Because you got to upgrade to gods to get. See, this level of knowledge was available to the scientists, the gods, and the angels didn't have it. They just obeyed, they submitted. But now, we move into this, everybody has to move up to that level. because the God is upgrading. Ooh, where did I go with that one? Right? Remember, the originator, we are the originator. Now we upgrade. See? So if you want to say the angels, okay, well, we won't be the angels, put it that away. We have servants. I mean, the animals, all of them, you might consider them angels, because remember, they all serve us. They all came out of us. So the bees serve us, the plants serve us, the whales serve us, because they have different functions, okay? They all came out of us. Let me move on, bro. So I think I feel like I'm kind of like beating around the bush here, but I don't think anybody's understanding anything I'm saying here. I really don't. Anyway, this matrix, right? It's giving you insight that the world is coming in. And they're losing control of it. Okay? And in fundamental ways. Because they want AI, but now they got to put restrictions. Oh, well, just like the Chinese, you can't talk about you ask DeepSeek about the Communist Party. Oh, we can't talk about that. Wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? They got to, so, and same thing to those. Because if you put the information there and you say, okay, are you a wicked nation? The answer would have to be, yeah. You're a wicked nation. You robbed people, you stole this land, you killed people, you raped women, you brought them over here, slaved them. Yeah, you're wicked. They can't have it saying that, because that's exactly what it would say. So I could put that, so they can't use it. See, this age is against them. This age is their destruction. They can't tell you that, but they can't back off. Because right? The spring is their destruction. This is a spring. The spring of destruction, right? And they can't control it. They can't control the winter anymore. They lose control of the winter because the spring is coming in. They're trying to hold on to the spring, try to keep it from coming in. Control it. So they can survive into the spring. I don't know if that makes sense to you or not. See, that's what's going on. But they can't. Ice melts when the heat hits it. And that's what's going on right now. That's why they talk, well, AI war. Yeah, why is it war? Because, and they're being beat all around. And the thing is, see, people didn't notice this. And I kind of wish I could, because I haven't been able to do it. But maybe some of you hotshot out there. In the 60s, went into the 70s, when they started bringing computers into the industry, because before that, only the military had it. And so it has a thing called SIC codes, Standard Industrial Codes, SIC, Standard Industrial Codes, which you have, if you work at all, there's one associated with your industry. Even if you're a prostitute out there, well, I may not go that far, but maybe. If I don't know, do you register as a prostitute if you're a prostitute, because you got to pay taxes, right? I don't know. Anyway, you get the idea. So a new industry is coming online, which was the computer industry. So they say, okay, now the government, they say, okay, we got to go out and do a demographics to find out what part of our population is best suited. Because remember, if the industry coming in, they don't have people to do it yet. So what's the best people, right, that will be suited for that industry? And the answer that came back was black people, original people. That was a surprise. I tried to explain the other day about music and all that kind of stuff, but they connect to music. They did. They said, somehow there's a connection between music and programming. And I explained it to you, what is connection. And I think you probably can go out there and get that analysis now. You probably can get it now. That probably analysis did. The program, you can't find out about that. Well, you might. I haven't been able to do it. But the analysis about, there's a connection between your music ability and programming. And that means And everybody knows, the world knows our people are superior in music because our music is dominating the world. I don't care if you go to China, India, whatever. When they come out with little pop stars and stuff, they duplicate what they see from rap stars and everything else. They might sound good and everything else, but look at the beat and everything. Where they getting that from? They getting that from our people. There's no Chinese beat out there that you know about. There's particularly Chinese or Indian. In fact, their music nobody hears anyway. That's old music. Nobody play that stuff. Even this old European music, Bach and Beethoven, that was great. Nobody hear that stuff. Nobody hear that stuff. The music that you hear is their music, our music. It dominates the planet. So we're the most musical people. They say that. You said back straight, but they're musical people. And then the connection between, I explained some of the connection. That's more to it than I explained to you. But it's a connection between music and programming. And they say we, original black people, they say it's black people at the time, right? Because, the demons got a little bit. And so Carter was president at the time, so he started a program. So, okay, we're going to train them then. Because we need people that's the best, right? So he went in, got with Urban League. Urban League was going to be the host of it, right? They was going to do the administrative part, right? And they got with IBM. IBM was going to supply the equipment and the teachers, the trainers. And the industry was going to agree that top 10 people that graduated this class, they would employ them. Remember, there's about 70 of them, one of them niggas out there, right? Especially in that field. And the program was like 3 months long, and they paid you. And I went to the program, so I'm not conjecturing. And I made sure I came out top in the class, top, very top. Go with a name like Raheem, I knew it was going to be an issue. Especially, Elijah Muhammad has departed, right? I'm being Nation Islam associated with that, right? I wasn't hiding it. But anyway, IBM reneged on it. They wouldn't take me. They're supposed to. I had the first choice. I was top class. They wouldn't take me. But Montgomery Ward's did. Okay. So think about that. So that's telling. That means if you're the best, then this age belongs to you. This is your age. You don't want to bring this in. This is your age because you're the best at it. And that's the new age coming in. So how come you ain't doing it? How come you black folks ain't doing this stuff? And when Reagan came in, he shut the program down. Oh, bam, screeching halt. We don't want those niggas with that stuff because they'd be too powerful. We can't put them on TV like whores and pimps and bums and drug addicts. Can't do that anymore. Because these people, and have you noticed when they had these gangster movies and stuff like that there, they even did it with, these gangster movies and stuff like that there, right? Where they have they have these gang stuff and the black guy's in there, and the black guy's a computer programmer, and you pick that one up. Why? And they will show him as the villain. So that's to put that subliminal idea in black white folks' mind. If the black folks, they got me, they be hackers. You see, you don't even pay attention to this. Because always the black guy, he's the one that's running computers. And he's the one doing all the havoc and stuff. They plant these seeds and you don't pay attention to them, right? And so Reagan's shop shut down. He says, well, we got to do something. But the question is, how come he couldn't get his own people to do it? How come he couldn't get his own people to do it? Because they don't know good with it. And I work with them. I have my own business. I work with these devils and they don't know shit. I'm getting a little off track here. I'm have to, there's 2 parts. I have to talk about a couple of things here. What they do is they don't know shit, right? What they do is that they'll take and do this all the time. They don't know how to do this stuff. They know how to do it. So if you had a supervisor that you knew about what you were more doing, the supervisor should know more about what you're doing than you do. That's the way it's supposed to work. The supervisor is supposed to know more about what you're doing than you do. But most 9% of the time, they don't know. All they do is tell you what to do. So that's what they do. They take us, okay, they know they can't do it, so they make them supervisors, and they stay over you and make sure you producing. They don't know how you doing it. They just got to make sure you producing, and they get paid more than you, and you know more than them, and you don't even realize it. See, I've been down that road many times with them. When I had my own business, right, IT, I ran circles around those guys. So that's why you ask questions. How come they don't teach their own people? You know, Steve Jobs wasn't a devil. Steve Jobs came from Syria. He was Syrian. Check it out. Don't take my word for it. The guy in charge of Google, right, he's come from India. How come their people can't do it? That's why they put the Indians in. At that time, you couldn't find an Indian in this country. You look around, he's like finding a haystack. You look out, you couldn't find one. Even in the movies, on TV, you couldn't find one. And they brought them in because their people can't do it. And you don't understand that. See? So it's that's their fallback position. Their fallback, give it to them. They don't want us to have it, because then we might figure out what's going on, and then plus we'll control the industry, because this will, they don't look at it that way, but the computer will be what control the whole society, and you control the computers. You have to add that, abstract that one together. Does that compute? That's the computers control the industry, control America, and you control the computers. How much is 2 plus 2? See, these are truths that you can easily check out. See, and they don't want you to start thinking. That's why I teach you backwards and everything else. I can teach you calcs in 5 minutes. You spend a whole semester or whatever, right? And you still understand it. I can show you exactly how it works and what the significance of it, how to use it in 5-10 minutes. And it won't cost you a dime. Because the way they teach is very complicated. Maybe because they don't know any better themselves. Okay, let me move on, brothers and sisters. Right? But that's the new world. And that's the level you got to be thinking on. Because when you upload that mind, then you can be in that mind. That's the way you think, and that's where you see everything. That's the way I do. I'm 100%. Everything I see is connected to that. I'm seeing in it and through it. That's how I see the world through the engine. I told you how I showed you about that thing a while back. I showed you a lens. So you see in the world through the sealed Bible lens. Because look, you have to have a mind. Your brain needs, like you need food, your brain needs information, just like your body needs food. It didn't say the man didn't have no mind. He had a double mind. You have to have a mind that's just where it is. So right now, you're seeing the world through the sealed Bible mind. If you ain't sealed to the angel mind, you're sealed to the sealed Bible mind, or you're sealed to the Hindu mind or the Buddhist mind, right? But you're not seeing through the angel mind. You're not seeing through the angel mind. So that means you still cling to the angel mind. You still cling to the sealed Bible mind. You still gravitational vortex. You still hung up, and that's going to kill you because this mind is dying. It's being destroyed. I don't know how to explain this. I mean, the mind, the new world is coming. The mind brings in a new world. The quality of it, the phases, we can't control that. But we're controlling the quality of it, so we can survive it. So it's here's the mind you need for that season. We can't control summer, winter, but we get them. But you got to upload the mind for spring. Otherwise, you got to upload the mind for the winter. You're not going to survive it. So if you're in the spring thinking we got a winter mind, how do you think that's going to work? How do you think you'll be successful? I just have to tell you like it is. Let's move on, brother and sister. I got a lot more, but I want to keep all those things, so maybe I'll follow up. Now, see this right here? And the Spirit and bride are saying, be you coming? And the hearing let him say, be you coming? And the thirsting let him be coming. The willing let him take water of life, free gift. That means a free gift. You don't have to pay me anything. You got to pay Farrakhan. You got the sisters out there doing fundraisers. You got to pay Bennett, all these clowns. You have to pay me nothing because it's a free gift. Well, it's not really a free gift. It's a free gift in the sense that you already earned it. You went to the hard cost. You already paid the price for it. Now, what's the point of buying the suit and don't put the damn suit on? You already paid for the suit. You already paid for the angel mind. You got the brain for it now. You got the brain for it now. Other nations don't have the brain for it. That reminds me, I forgot something. Let me go. I forgot. Maybe I'll talk about that tomorrow. Kind of about that. So much things to talk about. You got the brain for it. Now what you going to do with it? You got the brain for it. You went to the Holocaust. Other nations not. That means they're not going to survive the new world. They're not going to survive it. They can't. They're not going to be able to upload the angel. We said, what about Master Muhammad? He didn't go through it because he got another book. I told you, Sabar. He got a book that's going to deal with this, the new world, on the technical side. I'm dealing on the spatial side. It's still mathematics, but you don't have that either. He's going from 10. I said, the brain now, right? We took the brain, and now we got, just like we took the male and the female separated. So now the male is stronger than the original being, and the female is more beautiful. She's wise too. I'm not saying, because people think, oh man, she's Buddha, means she's dumb. No, she's wise too. She got brain cells too. It says equal, male and female. So get that straight. I heard somebody say something. I said, man, don't get me started. Oh, she's going to be beautiful and stupid. See, that's when you don't cross-reference. See how I just cross-reference that back to how it says male and female? See, if you don't have that, you couldn't cross-reference, then how you going to say what you're going to say? Oh, you couldn't answer it. You couldn't answer unless you was able to cross-reference back to when it says, in our image, male and female. See what I mean? That's a good point right there. If you don't have upload the whole thing, so then they'd have you. Oh, you're going to be, you're going to separate, is she going to be male or female, is she going to be 1 degree like the Quran says, or? Have to have all that below. Now, don't see me right here on the internet say, what did I say in Genesis? It's all here. And it's, I cross-reference instant. Okay. So like we separate. So now we separate the spatial and the technical, analytical. So it makes the spatial more powerful if it was, and analytical more powerful. That's why you see two sides. That will is a technical marvel that they can't go beyond anything. That shows you right here. It says he's got the Zabar that nobody can understand. It was difficult to understand. So that shows he's a technical marvel that matches up. See, we have to work together. Because what? We give him the kingdom, but he got to transfer us back. Right? The technical side with spatial side. Right? So remember, they're his king, they're his people. They said they did rule with a rod of iron. So the Syrians and the Shia and everything, right? They don't come from the technical side, not from the. They're going to bear witness to it, but they're not going to understand it. And we're not going to understand the technical. I can't build that will. So you got to the B. I had to put this all together all the time. I explained this before a lot of times. So you got the B, and it is. We do the B, and there it is. You got the person coming to the blueprint. That's the creator. We got the creative part. They got the engineering part. We say B, and that's how it make it is. Let me move on. I don't know, brothers and sisters. This message is so heavy, and it's like, and it's much more than I'm even telling you. And I keep saying, how you gonna? But that's what the scriptures say. Till the time come, that light's gonna come on, activate. I don't see it now. But anyway, because I said, man, you come from 0 to 90 in 1 second. How's that? That's what you say you could be doing. Because you got to, I ain't saying you got to come to my level, but you got to have a thorough, you got to have a thorough knowledge of something. That means you got to have this, the foundation of it, minimum. To get into this, you will not return. That means before you get back, you will not return. That's the matter I'm saying. That means when you go to tribulation, and you ain't going, right? That's when he takes you home. So I guess that's the final test right there. You ain't. Anyways, move on. I bear witness to everyone that hearing the words of the prophecy of this little book. This is if everyone should impose upon them, will impose the God upon the plagues have been written in a little book. This we're saying is if you go and start corrupting this, the bottom line is we're saying here. You mess with this, you misrepresent it, you anything. Mess with it, right? And you're gonna say you're gonna get those plagues, but has God imposed this plagues on you? No. Because this message is so powerful and so essential, and so profound that mess with this. Like I said, every opposite but equal reaction. So if you mess with the perfect, don't you get the imperfect? That was the consequence, right? So if you mess with something that's perfect and turn imperfect, I mean, you get the consequence that's going to, the worse you do, the worse it's going to come back at you. You see, Farrakhan, all this, they twisting this and everything else, they doing it themselves. They creating their own consequence. Ain't allowing no one else doing it to them. They do it to themselves. Because when you understand, when you're talking about Allah in this sense, you're talking about consequence. So I said, if you mess with this, distort it, play around with it, whatever. You know, Elijah Muhammad, he wrote me a letter one time. He sent me this one letter. This one letter, he said, do not play with Islam. And I went, why would he say that? Because I was the last one to play Islam. I mean, I gave up my military career, deserted the army. I left, just walked away from Vietnam and everything else, looking for Elijah. So I wouldn't be one playing with it. I wasn't playing. I wouldn't play my life like that. I invested so much in the military, 4 years in the military, sergeant, and I was planning to be an officer. And when I read about Elijah, that was it. I walked away from all that, put myself in, I could have been put in Leavenworth for 10 years for walking away. So I said, what? So is he telling me that because that's the message to pass on to other people? Because I don't play with it. Okay? I don't play with it. And so I tell people, that gets back to, I think I mentioned earlier, I might have hinted at it, about people saying problem, how we should be pliant. Because, me, how can you have anybody, I said, no, I can't let, how can you have any people help me with the medicines? Why are you restricting people, right? I said, because I'm doing them a favor. Because they get in here and mess with this, this is what they're going to be doing themselves, because they don't know what they're playing with. I said, just leave it alone. If tells you right here, if you mess with it anyway. See? It says, anyone should take off the words of the little book. And the word of the prophet will take off the God and the part, he'll be thrown out of it when you allowed into the hereafter. That's one of the last things they say in the angel. They're not playing. I keep telling people, man, you can't go out and say anything. You can't be out just repeating and just saying this and that, because all you do is hurting yourself. You're destroying you. You're actually literally destroying yourself. And you wouldn't be doing that if you upload and you activate the angel altogether anyway. You wouldn't even be doing that, because then you wouldn't be making those mistakes. And then get to the English language. Let me talk about it a little bit. An English language, remember, Adam, everything about Adam was destroy us. That whole English language is destructive to us by definition itself. And speaking the English language is against us. We don't realize that. We don't realize it. Just speaking it is bad.